Good morning, this is News. I'm Dennis Aseto. Nairobi Senator Johnson Sakaja put a fierce defense on his education credentials Monday night, dismissing his opponent for the Nairobi governorship, Polycarp Igathe, terming the focus on newspapers as a ploy to divert public attention on issues facing city residents. Sakaja, who arrived late for the gubernatorial debate televised across all media houses, said his degree certificate from Tinge University in Uganda would stand the test of time through the court process.
I do have a degree from Tinge University. I presented it on the 6th of last month to the competent authority, which is the Commission for University Education. After that, it was presented to the counterpart commission in the in our neighboring country. They verified it. Many people have said that I'm trying hard to prove that I have one. Actually, it's my detractors trying hard to prove that I don't have one.
He pointed out that he recognizes the importance of the degree qualification, but values leadership skills even more, as they also play a critical role in any leadership position.
I do have all the qualifications required to run for governor of Nairobi, and on top of a degree, beyond just the academic qualifications, I have the competence, the character, I have the will and the experience to lead this county of Nairobi.
Igathe, Jubilee Party's candidate in the City Hall race, had anchored his opening remarks during the debate of his credentials, saying he was a product of public education in the country, further going ahead to tear into Sakaja, terming him as a fraud.
I define integrity as what you do in private. If it ever became public, you'll never be ashamed. I'll tell you what is not integrity. Is uttering false documents and then standing here and saying I have integrity. Go to the website of the East African of EACC. Go to the website of IBC. Check Senator Sakaja. Let me go. Go and check what Senator Sakaja cited as his degree in 2017. It's a public document. And then look at the degree he's saying it is today. We don't even know who he is. Is your name really Sakaja? Nairobi. Careful.
In an exchange of words, the United Democratic Alliance gubernatorial candidate Johnson Sakaja for Nairobi says his political rival Polycarp Igathe is unfit to lead the city, having absconded duty as deputy governor. In a heated debate intensified by war votes, Sakaja insisted that Igathe's resignation as deputy governor under former Nairobi Governor Mike Sonko was a clear indication he was not cut out for the public office.
I'm actually quite tickled that Polycarp Igathe can talk about push coming to shove and me not making a decision. Before even push came to shove, in like 4 or 5 months, Polycarp Igathe quit on the people of Nairobi. In fact, that should have come in the question of integrity. Because when you talk about public trust, chapter 6, at the expense of private convenience, that is the question that we must answer.
It did come up before you arrived.
The question on impeachment. Governor Sonko will not be facing an impeachment if you stuck in office. In fact, if you stuck in office, you probably would have been the incumbent governor.
The Nairobi senator pointed out that the ripple effect of Igathe's resignation led to relinquishing of control of the city to national Nairobi Metropolitan Services, which was a drawback to devolution. Sakaja noted that if Igathe did run away from office, Nairobi wouldn't have been dysfunctional after the impeachment of former Governor Mike Sonko.
If you stuck in office, there'd be no NMS in Nairobi. The reason we have an NMS in Nairobi is after Polycarp Igathe could not wait or stand the heat in the kitchen, he ran away in less than 6 months. This city needs resilience. You need to be tough. You cannot say that you have betrayed 800 and I think, how many votes did you guys get? 40 or something thousand votes, 840,000 votes, because you could not get the trust of one individual, yet 1 million Nairobians have given you the public trust. When push has come to shove, look at the Senate answered. I have spoken more times than any senator. I have raised more questions in the Senate than any other senator. In fact, I have taken the former Governor Sonko to court on the action he took on Matatus. The record is clear. This county needs a political manager who understands how to deal with the leaders and how to deal with the issues of the people, but has a thick skin. In fact, if half of the tribulations I'm facing right now in my bid were on Polycarp, Azimio would have no candidate.
And Azimio La Umoja One Kenya coalition party flag bearer Raila Odinga returned to Narok County in scaled-up efforts to consolidate the Maasai vote. Campaigning in Narok, Raila said his government will promote livestock farming, noting that the region is yet to fully capitalize on the activity despite it being one of the main economic activities. Further saying that Azimio is ready to take government and change the lives of Kenyans.
Jamaa amezoea sana kuongea juu yangu. Matio yule mtu ya kitendawili mara mingi mimi shirika yake. Sisi kama Azimio hatujasema hata siku moja ati tutasusia uchaguzi. Nataka nimjibu yeye hapa siku ya leo. Sisi tulisema kwa IBC ati tunataka wafanye mpango kambambe kisha kwamba uchaguzi utafanyika kwa njia ya haki na ukweli. Nataka kura vile itapigwa hapa Narok South ihesabiwe hapa na hesabiwe Nairobi namna hiyo. Sisi hatuogopi Kenya kwisha. Tunajua Wakenya wako na sisi. Na tutashinda hiyo uchaguzi na 70% na kitu.
This is News where I'm Dennis Oseta. Good morning.
SpiceFM, Nyeri.
Forgiveness is always conditional. Even before God, there's nothing like unconditional forgiveness.
Government doesn't pay you pension until you retire. In fact, they have no money for you. The day you retire, they look for it.
This country is punishing many young people. These young people are more susceptible to be deceived, to be taken advantage of, and they're more susceptible to be bought off.
Let us also talk about where we want our country to go. You know, we are a population of very young people.
We're in a state of capture. The judiciary is under duress. Parliament is in the pocket of the executive. You don't sit and wait for the regime to topple itself. It will never do so.
By the way, let me tell you, these guys are so persuasive. I'm telling you, they can persuade you to sell your grandmother. I'm telling you, they can sell sand in the desert.
City, has anybody on this program said to you as a guest, say, "Oh, shut up, we don't want to be told what to do"? Has you ever that kind of... Has anybody been
I will not listen.
A bit of advice? Because you're working on the premise that we should all pay heed to these proverbs. It's a very suspect notion.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. 102.5 Spice FM, Kisumu. This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have CT Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching
how
up,
are you doing?
down.
It's 8 minutes after
This
6.
is the
Good morning and
Situation.
welcome to Tuesday. Kenya's biggest conversation is here for the next 4 hours. We are here, Eric Latiff and CT Muga. What's up, CT?
My greeting is a very warm, pleasant greeting. I'm never really sure how to respond appropriately. I don't know whether to say, hey, ni what's up, or sawa, mimi niko mzuri, say, was it? See. So let me just... hiyo was, mi niko tu hapo ndani ya was.
What's up?
Basi niko hapo. Just right there was. Mi niko hapo.
You're up.
Mi niko hapo.
Very good. Very good. How was your day?
My day is good. My day is good. Yesterday, in the past tense, my day was good.
How was it? It was good?
It was nice, man. It was nice. You know, this weather is actually very pleasant. It's my body that doesn't like it. There was a time, you see, I went down memory lane and I realized I used to really enjoy this weather. When I was younger and the cold didn't do what it does to my ligaments and my joints. Niko sawa. Squeezy. Why?
Different language.
I remember a colleague asking me the other day, told me, City, I want to ask you a question. Please, don't take offense. Why do you limp? I said, there's nothing to take offense. I limp because I'm arthritic. Really? I said, yeah. That's it. When it gets cold, I have problems moving. Really? I said, look, sir.
When the cold comes...
Yeah, my body tells me the cold has come. And
it freezes your lubricant.
Yes, and it responds appropriately. I told him, the only thing you need to do, brother, is stay alive. When you get to my age, we'll have this conversation.
You will know. See. You will know for yourself.
It's
You
not
will experience it.
Kabisa. I said, don't fear. It'll come. Just give it time. Just stay alive.
Welcome to the conversation, everybody. Today, so you saw yesterday's debate, the gubernatorial debate. There were two debates. So you saw yesterday's two debates. Yeah. The first debate with those four candidates and what they talked about, and then the second debate with those two candidates and what they talked about. Which is your favorite of the two shows?
Actually, to be honest, I liked both.
You liked both?
I'll tell you why.
Tell me.
The thing about debate, if I don't talk about favorites and what I like and the way I like matters discussed, that is now my bias. But that we have an opportunity to actually give people a chance to air their capacities, for me, it is a good thing. How they do it, how we judge them, now that's a secondary issue. But the opportunity for me, and in full glare and full view of the nation, that for me is a wonderful thing.
It's a wonderful thing.
Yes. Now, if you want to get nitty-gritty, then you ask, who are this person's handlers? Because some of the individuals, if you know them or you've had an opportunity to talk to them, you realize these are individuals who are extremely knowledgeable and they know what it is that they are up for. But then the presentation, my friend, seems to just fall flat on its face.
It's all over.
Yes,
all over
and that one you focus on the handlers directly.
Focus on the people. The people choose their handlers.
The reason why I'm focusing on the handlers is because if you're a handler and you're not equal to the task, can you be honest enough to say, this one I cannot do? You see, the deliverer of the message has done good or has done damage to themselves on their own. That one is theirs. There's nothing more to carry.
Yeah, but you've been brought in to package them.
Kabisa. The person and the people who are brought in to package them, that's the focus.
Of the 6 candidates who were on the podium yesterday, we've interviewed 4.
Yes.
We've interviewed Polycarp Igathe, Johnson Sakaja, Kenneth Nyamwamu, and Esther Warenga.
Yes.
We haven't had the privilege of interviewing Herman Grewal of Safina.
No.
And Nancy Mwadime, an independent candidate. No, she's not independent. Nancy Mwadime is for Chama Cha Usawa. Right?
We haven't.
We haven't had the opportunity to interview them.
No.
But, well, it was a good showing. It was good that they went. It's good that they took the opportunity. There was that's bit of a, doubt whether Sakaja would show up. It's good that he did not waste the opportunity to show up and speak to the voters.
I think he did an excellent thing in showing up. Yes, you were invited, show up.
Turn up, man.
Yes, if the other issues, those are secondary. They'll be dealt with later.
Yes. So we'll be looking at what and how they performed, learning from the televised Nairobi gubernatorial debate. That conversation will happen at 9 a.m. Philip Kisia, who's a former Nairobi town clerk, who was a panelist yesterday doing the analysis of the debates, will be joining us at 9 a.m. And he'll be accompanied by Ben Omolo, who is the Chief Operating Officer at the Standard Group PLC. He'll be here. The two of them, they'll be here. And they'll tell us, Benedict has been working behind the scenes in the presidential debate secretariat for a long time. So he also understands what it is that we are looking for in the quality of the candidates. Keep it here for that. That is at 9. At 8 o'clock, so yesterday, Tifa released a new research. And the Trends and Insights for Africa, Tifa, CEO and founder Maggie Reri will be with us at 8 o'clock to just look at this new research findings. They're showing that Raila is ahead of Ruto with a slight margin in the presidential race. Wajakoya is getting some 4% showing there. And what does that mean? Does that mean that we may not be able to get a first round win? Is that what they're telling us? So she will be here at 8 o'clock to discuss that. And then at 7, Karen Nyamo, who's an UDA person who's in the UDA presidential campaign team, will be joining us, and she'll tell us about UDA and young leaders. That and more coming up this morning in the conversation. Be sure to keep it locked. Now, let's talk about COVID-19. Good news, City. The positivity rate is actually dropping and dropping quite well. On the 7th of July, the positivity rate was at 11.8%. Yesterday, the positivity rate has come down to 4.2%. The day before yesterday, that's Sunday, the positivity rate was 5.4%. So it's dropping.
It's remarkable because with the cold weather we now have, one would have expected a spike. Yes, but if it's going down, well, let's say it is a good thing.
It is.
People are adhering to the norms, they understand what needs to be done, and it appears that they're doing it.
We're getting lucky.
You think so?
Yes.
We're just lucky.
We're just getting lucky.
It has nothing to do with what we're doing.
Yeah.
People are not adhering.
We're getting lucky.
Why do you say that?
Because like you said, so at the onset of the cold season, we saw the spike.
We did.
And then we are still in the cold season.
Oh, it's getting colder.
There's nothing, let's be honest with one another, there is no difference in our behavior at all.
There's a difference.
That would necessitate a drop in that positivity rate.
There's a distinct difference.
What is it?
No one is wearing masks and they're not even scared. There's a time we were scared, at least you try to pretend to be wearing a mask or carry one. Now no one is wearing a mask. But remember what we discussed earlier on, this very elusive concept of herd immunity. I think now is the time when that discussion really needs to take shape because it appears it has taken shape. Yes.
Yep. Let me tell you what's happening in China. The world's biggest gambling hub, Macau, has shut all its casinos for the first time in more than 2 years because of COVID-19 outbreak. The city has recorded 1,526 COVID cases since the middle of June, according to official figures. Middle of June, 1,526. We are not talking about a city that is of 20,000 people, okay? We're talking about a city of millions. They have 1,500 cases since June, and the government has said everything shuts down. Around 19,000 people have been put in mandatory quarantine as the city takes its worst COVID outbreak since early 2020. Schools and entertainment venues, including bars and cinemas, had already been closed under earlier guidelines. Over the weekend, Macau's Government Information Bureau said all businesses would be required to suspend their operations unless they were deemed essential to the community and to the day-to-day lives of the members of the public. The latest step is in order to contain the spread of COVID in the community, according to a statement by the government. It also instructed people to stay at home and stopped dining in services at restaurants. More than 90% of Macau's residents have received 2 doses of COVID vaccine. It's unclear how many have also received their booster doses, but the city is facing the fast-spreading Omicron variant for the very first time. See that?
See that? I see that.
Something big. Anyway, keep it here for more conversations coming up shortly. As we take this quick break at 18 minutes after 6, we want to take a look at the weather and then we acknowledge everybody who's online. SpiceFM KE on YouTube, on Facebook, and on Twitter. Good morning.
Do you sometimes come across all this interesting and amazing content online and before you know it, you're 10 tabs in? Or sometimes your browser refreshes itself and you lose that video or write-up you were keen on. In these moments, I bet you wish you could store this content somewhere so it's accessible to you when you need it or want to share it. Well, you can. It is as simple as putting it in your pocket. Thanks to Pocket by Mozilla, you can curate what you love, save it to your list and access it even when you're offline. It gets better. You have the option of listening to your favorite articles, and before you ask, of course you can watch video content as well as even when offline. Filter the best of the internet and download Pocket by Mozilla now. Available on iOS and Android. Stori zetu kikwetu. Africa is rapidly growing and Merck Foundation is raising awareness about different social and health issues through fashion and art with purpose. Our Africa TV show on KTN Home will talk about issues that matter to you, such as diabetes awareness, ending child marriage, supporting girl education, and breaking infertility stigma, among other topics affecting the continent. Join Merck Foundation CEO Senator Dr. Rasha Kelej every Saturday at 5:30 p.m. as she talks to fashion
So
designers,
CT likes the weather, the
and
other
personalities
CT, as
of
his
the
body,
Mombasa
doesn't
area.
like it. It's going to be rainy today in Nairobi, light rains and highs of 20. Mombasa, light rains at 27. Malindi, rain showers at 28. Nakuru City, cloudy day at 23. Kisumu, clear skies at 29. Kakamega, light rains at 28. Eldoret, light rains at 22. Kampala, clear skies at 27. Dar es Salaam, clear at 29. Johannesburg, clear at 18. Lagos, Nigeria, rain showers at 28. Kinshasa, 20. Clear skies. And then Paris, 18. Clear skies at 33. London, light rains at 30. New York, clear skies at 28.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah.
You're listening to Spice FM. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right.
Good morning, and how are you doing? 21 minutes after 6. Shurage Moi says, good morning, Uhuru Kenyatta, tuning in from County 027, ready for the informative show. Good morning, tuned in from Gata, Nakuru. Hadi Tamati, Rats Rogers, Anaya Mukoya Aiwa says, good morning to intellectuals. Devi Mwane Ireri, good morning. County 014 is tuned in. Kennedy Atinda tuned in from for instructive conversations. It tells me, Eric, pass my sincere salutations to the old man with a fresh brain.
Why do I have this feeling that it is I who is being referred to?
I am also thinking that.
You also
I'm thinking
we have arrived at some possible agreement on that matter.
Yeah, I think that's you. So accept the salutations from
I have
Kennedy
received them
Atinda.
happily.
Mwangi Joroge, good morning, team. Mombasa is tuned in. Vincent Agutu also locked in. James John tuned in from Kisumu Dala. Morning, Jadu and Muga.
Good morning.
Bewa Macha is in Macha, is locked in, tuned in. Also is Daktari Junior. Governor Langunya Kangemi is in. Clemo Junior Bakayoko. Timbaroa Massive is present. Andrew J. Franklin listening in from a wet and cold Bernard Estate. Where is that? Kwa Bernard.
Kwa Bernard?
Yeah.
It is Bernard's place. Now, who is Bernard?
Who is Bernard?
Yes.
Kwa Bernard.
Yes.
This is Lavington, Ned.
Kwa Ruben tunajua. So next to Kwa Ruben kuna Kwa Bernard.
Kwa Bernard.
Alright. Sawa.
Na hapo kwa wengine kuna kwa Adams.
It is interesting. Wouldn't it be nice to follow and find out how it is these individuals got their names etched to these very fine places?
Yes. Imagine. Mutuma says, after podcast, another great thing to ever happen to Kenya is SpiceFM. Healthy and mature talks with no fake gambling ads in between the conversations. Yeah. Better recognize. Thank you very much for tuning in and for also acknowledging that you are here this morning. We always appreciate the fact that you are all tuned in each and every weekday morning. Let's hear the proverb.
Right. This is the last proverb from the Kingdom of Lesotho. Houses built together burn together.
Houses built together
burn
together.
Yes.
And together here is proximity.
It is proximity.
Not at the same time.
No.
Okay.
My mind goes back to Gikomba Market in this fair city, where one stall catches fire. And before you know it, an entire section of that particular market is actually on fire. And it's proximity. Yes. One starts and then it spreads. The other day there was a fire at KBC. It started in one place, an eatery. The next thing you knew, it was spreading. Yes.
Yeah.
The nature of fire. And when it's external, like from a house to the other, now that is literal wind assistance. Yes.
Where fire jumps.
Yes. It's the flames that will actually accelerate that particular movement.
Houses built together
burn together.
Brush your teeth twice a day with Aquafresh Fresh Gel, the secret to long-lasting fresh breath, strong teeth, and healthy gums.
www.standardmedia.co.ke. Are you ready to join and become part of our online community? Please do so, because you get access to some premium content that is here. You can get it on video, audio, and also on text. Oh, and not forgetting, of course, pictorial content. What's in the headline, CT? What is on the Standard headline?
Well, what's on the Standard is more or less the same thing that is on the Nation. Okay. Here, Standard, neck and neck race opinion polls show. If you look at the Star, it's the same thing.
Neck and neck race.
Yes. Now,
the Star?
The Star, same.
What does it say?
Neck to neck.
So one is neck and neck, the other one is neck to neck.
Yes, it's, the point of similarity here is the neck.
Okay.
And then they even give figures.
Okay.
One, the fundamental difference here is that
the different polls.
Different polls, different figures, but they're in the 40 percentile.
Okay.
One 42, the other one 45.
Okay. What are the figures in the Star and the Star poll?
The Star poll, it is 45 to 43.
Who gets what?
Raila 45, Ruto 43.
Okay. Wajakoya?
5.
5%.
5.
Okay. The Standard poll is showing the other way around. 42-39.
If you look at it, the margin, is the same.
Allah?
The margin is really just very, very similar.
It is the same similarly?
It is similarly. Now, if you look at the reporting in the Daily Nation as well as the Standard, they're the same. Yes.
But then also, so it's showing something. If I look at this one in the Standard, which is quoting the Tifa poll, in February, Ruto had 38%, Raila 27%. May, Ruto 35%, Raila 39%.
Yes.
In June, Ruto 39%, Raila 42%. All right. And the people who are undecided have been reducing. From February, they were 20%, and now in June, it's 10% who are undecided.
Yes. In fact, if you go far back as February, if you look at the Nation, the Tifa polls, William Ruto was leading. He had 38, Raila had 27.
Yep.
Now, this isn't something that is unfamiliar with our elections. Not really. If you go as far back as even 2002 and even slightly further, you'll find that what the polls show at a certain point in time, given the dynamics of that time, will be one thing. As the dynamics change, now it's a question of focusing on what are these dynamics and why are they changing.
Yeah.
I like to focus on two things here. One, the undecided vote. It's large in this country. It's large. If you look at the gubernatorial races, again, the undecided factor is huge. Now, the other thing that I find, which is also of interest when I look at these figures, is that there is this little matter of polling that doesn't take into account, unless they indicate it, whether the respondents are actually card-carrying, card-holding members of the electoral community in the country.
I think so. I think the first question you were asked in order to proceed is whether you're a registered voter.
Okay.
But the Tifa CEO will be here with us at 8. We'll confirm this.
We'll confirm all this.
Yeah.
Because
I think it goes into, the first thing is to establish that you are a registered voter. Then they continue. So this is polling the registered voters. Of the registered voters, 10% are undecided. 39% would support William Ruto. 42% declared their support for Raila Odinga in that latest poll. Then, page 7 of the Standard, Wajakoya would get 880,000 votes if we were to go with this poll. If elections were held today, the Roots Party presidential candidate would garner 880,000 votes. A new poll by Tifa released yesterday from the National Survey, conducted between June 25th and the 30th of June, shows that the Prof and his running mate, Justina Wamai, would get 4% of the 22.1 million registered voters across the country. That is assuming, of course, that 100% turnout, of the 22 million people. And then we get 4% of that. According to the poll, Azimio, One Kenya Alliance, Raila Odinga is the most preferred at 42. Agano Party's David Mwaure Waihiga did not feature in the poll. But it's the rise of Professor Wajakoya that stands out in the opinion poll. The Roots Party presidential candidate is making a debut in the State House race after former presidential candidate Abdul Badida picked him as running mate in 2017 before he was dropped from the position. If you look at that, in fact, there's also, I think, a story as well in the Nation that says this Wajakoya factor could take us to a runoff.
How?
Because that 5%, you see, if he gets more of the 10% than either of the two candidates, then none of them gets the 50% plus one vote.
Yes.
You see? So that means we go into a runoff. If he doesn't, if, say now Raila needs 8% to get to 50%, if he gets so he needs the entire undecided block to go to him.
Yes.
For Ruto to get from 39% to 50%
plus one, no?
plus one vote, he would need to eat into Wajakoya, take the entire undecided, and claw back what Raila has been gaining. So that is the one that's raising those questions. Okay, so is this pointing to a likelihood of a presidential runoff?
As of now, it does. But with 27 days to go in politics, 27 days.
It's a long time.
It's a lifetime.
It's a long time.
It's a lifetime.
A lot could happen.
A lot could happen in 2 weeks. We've seen it happening before. We saw it in the Kibaki era. Kibaki era meaning the one time that Kibaki, before he became president, seemed like a sure thing in 1992. Kenneth Matiba comes from the UK, and my friend that think the entire scenario changes before our very eyes, changes in 2 weeks completely. And suddenly the conversation is different. So if history is the reference point that I'm to use in this matter, I would be on a surer footing making a prediction when we have a week to go.
On the 8th of August.
8th of August, now it's finality. There is no ifs and buts. That's why I said a week to go. Around the 1st there. I can speak confidently and say I think this is good. Right now, I will look at what's happening and comment on what's happening. None of this crystal ball gazing.
If you get onto the Standard website, www.standardmedia.co.ke, you'll find all these contents. And if you find content that you'd like to read later, maybe, interrogate it a bit further and deeper, please do so. You can save the links on your Pocket by Mozilla. Download Pocket by Mozilla on Google Play Store, Apple App Store. It's good, isn't it, City? You've been
It's a
using
wonderful thing. Essentially, you have what you call a mobile office. All the things that you would like in one place and easily accessible.
It's an organizer.
It's a complete and thorough PA combined with office staff. Yes. So, my friend, when I say it's a mobile office, it is a mobile office.
It is a mobile office.
Yes.
Pocket by Mozilla, available on Google Play Store and Apple App Store. 27 to 7, time for traffic break. Good morning.
Are you looking for employment and are tired of sending job applications without any response? Gone with no response? Tarmacking is now a thing of the past thanks to Skiza. Dial *811 *1 *21 hash and subscribe to a ringback tune that reflects your qualifications only for 1.5 bob a day. And your callers will know your credentials and send you opportunities they come across. Set the tone with Skiza.
Okay, you know what happens when you have Haile Selassie Avenue going into Landis Road. So it's busy. Landis Road into Haile Selassie. Haile Selassie coming into railways, and this is Moi Avenue, very, very busy. Now, Thika Superhighway, it's starting to do the thing that it normally does at the usual spot, and this is the intersection between Thika Superhighway, Kiambu Road and Muthaiga Road, and into Muranga Road. But Muranga Road is clear. It's still not so bad, so if you're there now, you'll move. If you get there now, you will move. Mombasa Road, is new so far. Jogoo Road, you know what happens in that area around Makadara and Botela just because of those bumps and the school-going children. Schools are back, okay? Outer Ring Road is not bad at all. Kangunda Road is not bad at all. Langata Road is not bad at all. Just the small traffic that's starting to build up around Timor roundabout. Bagathi Way or Raila Odinga Way, whichever you want to call it, it's still moving well. Ngong Road is good. Anything that we need to talk about, please tag us on Twitter at SpiceFMKE.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM.
So,
Nairobi.
the headline in the nation today is Fireworks at Sakaja Igathe City Face-Off. It was billed as the biggest television event of the night, and it didn't disappoint. Johnson Sakaja almost caused a heartbreak with his late showing to the Nairobi governor debate last evening. And in the few minutes when Polycarp Igathe hogged the limelight alone, he was on the brink of running away with the show. Then questions about state capture, campaign funding, integrity, fake degrees, and indiscipline lit up the stage. That story on page 7, basically just looking back into what was happening last night. With 2.4 million votes at stake, the highest among the 47 counties, the battle has narrowed down to a do-or-die battle between Azimio La Umoja, One Kenya Coalition Party, and Kenya Kwanza Alliance, led by Raila and Ruto. Sakaja and Igathe faced off in the second half of the debate, with 5 others who have polled below 5% in an aggregation of polls, facing off in a second-tier debate for the hearts and minds of the 2.4 million voters. How they performed, we'll be talking about that in greater detail at 9 o'clock when we'll be joined by 2 people. One of them is a former town clerk of Nairobi, Philip Kissie, and the other is a strategist, Ben Omolo from the Standard Group. They'll be here with us at 9. The showing, though, if you look at the kind of commentary that you see on the performance of Mr. Hamad Grewal of Safina Party, 25 years old, calm, articulate, and the things that he was saying, answering the questions that asked. Compare with Kenneth Nyamwamu, who's been here before, also articulating his issues and saying, this is what I would do for Nairobi. And then the 2 ladies, Nancy Wambui Modime and Esther Waringa Thairo. Mm-hmm.
You know, it's an enormous pity that we do not elect our leaders
based on such things.
No, we do not. The articulation which represents the understanding of the issues that bedevil the constituency that they want to represent. That we will either look at the party, we look at someone's ethnic background, we will look at the likability factor and how it is this person is able to speak the language that we can relate to. Now, not that there's anything bad in it, but when you are looking for a leader who is supposed to spearhead the functions of as big a metropolis like Nairobi, ability has to count. Ability has to come in. Because if you look at the counties we have around the country, the thing that now, 10 years down the line, with this experiment that is clear, is that very many people may have even had academic credentials, but they didn't have the wherewithal to run the county. They just didn't know what to do. And they chased their tails, some for 5 years before they left, some for 10 years, they were chasing their tails. The thing they seem to have done successfully was to amass a great deal of wealth for themselves. That one they did very successfully. But as for looking into the needs of the citizenry of their counties, given the billions of shillings that they kept receiving every year, I'm afraid it was an absolute and complete letdown. So, with these debates, we have a chance to at least catch a glimpse of the people who have proposed and have wanted to lead. So you figure, when you choose someone and they seem to be that let down, you say, we ought to have considered this. So it forms a process of us beginning to change the way we look at possible leaders, and it is a good thing. So these debates, a wonderful thing, not a good thing.
They're taking us somewhere.
We are definitely making headway. And what is positive about it is the people are turning up.
That's true.
They're turning up.
And everybody, the electorate, is now looking at the issues that matter.
Yes.
So even if we shall make a decision based on,
whatever
whatever, but at least you all know that this is what we expect our governor to do, to address.
To understand that, even better, and this change that is taking place within the electorate, you need to look at page 8 of the Standard. The headline is actually particularly interesting. It says, why ODM is no longer a sure bet in Nyanza despite Raila's support. Yes. What it seems to be saying is that once upon a time, so long as you had Raila support, that was it. Done, dusted, you would make it. Now, this article by the Standard team is saying that despite Raila visiting regions, independent candidates and in other parties seem poised to upset. Now, again, before the votes are cast, we cannot say this will be the outcome. But that it is a story. And that it seems like people are challenging the ODM candidates. And they seem to be making headway. It tells
Why are people challenging the ODM candidates?
It's because people feel that...
Are we saying that the ODM members did not participate in the election, the nominations, or are we saying that ODM does not have a majority of members? So those that participated in the nomination exercise were ODM members, but those that will vote are majority non-ODM.
Actually, this is now where the fabulous and light bulb moment illuminating wisdom of the voter comes in. ODM is the predominant and the preeminent party in Nyanza or in Western Kenya. But then there was the issue of nominations for party positions. And one of the things that happened, if you recall, many political parties had this problem. It's not just ODM. They nominated people whom they liked. Now, unfortunately, the voter doesn't agree with some of these nominations. The voter seems to prefer, and you know this because those who are either independent or in other parties seem to have a good following and a good showing. Now that is what tells you that people will support the party, but if the individual the party has preferred is not to their liking.
So are we saying that because we saw a large turnouts during the party primaries in Nyanza?
We did.
Yes?
We did.
So are we saying that they were not democratic?
We are saying...
Because people turned out to vote for their people.
Yes.
Then there were disputes that were taken through the ODM Dispute Resolution Board.
Yes.
They were resolved at that point. And either there was a repeat nomination or a nomination was upheld.
True. But then there were people who got direct nominations.
Yes.
That's where the problem is.
That's where the issue is.
That's where the issue is. The direct nominees are the ones who are having issues because there are those who argue they should have actually competed like everybody else. No one would have kicked a fuss. But the direct nomination, so it's a protest.
It's a protest, yeah.
It's a protest. Now, if you look at independent candidates around the country, the numbers have not increased, they have skyrocketed. If you look at the UDA presidential candidates' backyard, I'm talking about North Rift, the number of independent candidates are really very many.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
His former constituency was a member of parliament. The sitting MP right now is an ODM member. So, these little issues that would be termed as anomalies point to voters now deciding this party thing, let's put it aside. Who do we want to vote for?
Yes.
And they're voting for the person they want. The party...
Sawa. We know party is Raila. We will discuss Raila.
Yes. But we are going to vote for you. So you choose a party and we will vote for you.
What? Yes. Okay. Okay. Linda says the Haman of Safina party did well in the debate. You should invite him to the Situation Room. Yes, indeed. We will invite him to the Situation Room. Let me tell you, on the face of it, Milways Enterprises is a beautiful grass to grace story that would inspire even the most hopeless of souls into starting a small business and growing it into a massive venture. At 27 years old, Millicent Omanga registered Milways Enterprises on February 2nd, 2009 as a business name. And like a limited liability company, a business name is not a separate legal entity, but it allows individuals to trade legally. Omanga has previously stated that Milways Enterprises sells imported furniture and other household goods, and that it was among the vehicles that drove her to financial success. She is now 40 years old and she has found herself in trouble with the anti-graft watchdog, which could prosecute her among other companies and individuals suspected of conspiring to defraud taxpayers 4.8 billion shillings through dubious contracts awarded by the Kenya Prison Service. The probe comes as the nominated senator is looking to secure a seat in the next National Assembly when Kenyans take to the polls. She is eyeing the Nairobi woman rep seat. Records at the Business Registration Service indicate Milwa's Enterprises operates from Development Towers on Biashara Street. It had just bagged a contract to supply gun slings to the Kenya Prison Service in 2019 when EACC started looking into several tenders floated by government institutions. The contracts under investigation would have cost taxpayers 4.8 billion shillings with no assurance of delivery of weapons and other security equipment. The EACC's investigation thwarted the release of any funds. Strangely, the Kenya Prison Service had agreed to release 80% of the contract sum to the suppliers. Millicent Omanga would have received 200 million shillings to supply gunslings. What are gunslings?
See, that little pocket where you put a revolver and plus the accessory that holds the larger weaponry. It's a sling.
The thing for holding the pistol.
The thing that you put on your neck.
For holding the pistol.
Yes. Either the pistol or the thing you put on the big gun.
The camber for carrying the gun.
That leather or fabric that you put in so that that particular weapon sits on your chest nicely. That's a sling.
That's the one.
Yeah, but it's not a weapon. Because the question that would have arisen, how does this lady qualify to supply weapons? I mean, you know, this is a delicate, sensitive thing.
Yeah. But she's not supplying weapons.
No, she's not supplying. That's what I'm saying. There's a misnomer here. They said
she was to supply
gunslings. Yes.
The prisons department would have paid her a deposit of 160 million shillings up front.
But you know what I wonder is, Eric, those who manufacture guns also manufacture the slings. Okay?
When you buy a gun, why don't you buy with
so it comes with the sling. I mean, for heaven's sake.
Does it? But sling wisher.
Replacement. So why do you need a middleman when you know the factory from where you bought the gun in the first place?
Because in this country we don't buy things directly from the manufacturer.
Oh, we need middlemen. Yes. That's when we are assured of the buying.
Yes.
Isn't it? Ah, okay.
That's the nature of our procurement.
When you put it that way, then I understand very, very well. Why are we not in this business, Eric?
We should get into this.
Why do we get in this
sling peke yake?
Yeah, Buana. Why do we get in these difficult businesses where you actually need to supply something for real? Okay.
Surely.
Eric, surely. We need to rethink this thing.
We need to have a board meeting.
We need to have a board meeting. Good thing is just you and I.
What's in the Business Daily? Oh, you had another story?
Oh, no. What you're saying, I just want to add this. Remember that? We had these issues surrounding the prison services.
Yes.
And some individuals who seem to cleverly have been able to... No. I think you know where I'm going with this.
No, you take me where you're going.
Where I'm going is, the question that we had asked here was, do we have a situation where a cleaner or a messenger in the prison services is intelligent enough, not that he isn't, but is connected enough?
Yes, use a different word.
Oh, no. I'm not changing. We asked the question, is he intelligent enough and is he connected enough? The intelligence bit, he may be intelligent enough. He's connected enough to weave through this maze of all these steps that one has to take without someone pushing or without some leverage and some power. We questioned it, but we left it and said, he's a Kenyan and Kenyans are capable of marvelous things. But with what we're reading this morning, let me say a sliver of light begins to shine. Now, let me look at what is in the Business Daily. Okay? Defaulters risk auction in Lipa na M-Pesa loan. Let me explain. There are two things that I'm going to talk about here. One, Safaricom adds debt collection agent to curb defaults in latest M-Pesa loan service. Safaricom will deploy debt collectors to pursue unpaid loans in its planned zero-interest credit service that will allow millions of its customers to shop for goods worth up to 100,000 and pay later. Up to. So don't assume that just because it's offered you have 100,000. No, up to. The involvement of debt collection agencies would set up thousands of borrowers for property seizures. This marks the first time Safaricom will be deploying debt collectors for its credit products, and that includes M-Shwari and Fuliza in the market, where mobile money loans have a high ratio of defaults. The question that I asked is...
What's the average loan amount that we're talking about sending a debt collector for?
It's this new service that they're offering for you to be able to actually purchase goods, not to have money. The other ones give you money. This one enables you to purchase, essentially a credit scheme that enables you to get goods and then you pay later.
Which one? Fuliza?
Remember, we talked about it some times back. They are introducing a new system here. Oh, you don't remember?
No.
They planned a zero-interest credit service that will allow millions of its customers to shop for goods specifically, meaning you have the ability to buy goods through that particular service. Yes, we talked about it last week. Yes. Now, this is the one they want. Remember, it makes sense. If they allow you to buy goods, they will know what you have bought. So the seizure will probably involve the very thing that you bought and which you haven't paid for. Now, Fuliza and the other services, it's just the money they give you. They do not know what you've bought. So you haven't leveraged the money on anything. But in this particular one, you will have leverage because you will have bought a good. You'll have bought something. So they know what to go for. Yes. But I said there were two stories. Yeah? There is something, there is an app that has caused a revolution in the transportation business. It's called Uber. Okay?
Yes.
Uber is in the news for something quite interesting, bordering on unsavory. The San Francisco-based rider-hailing company, Uber, has been using politicians to break into new markets and dodge regulations and land laws, a new leak shows. May I read further?
Please do.
The leaked documents, referred to as the Uber files, were obtained by the Guardian newspaper and shared with the International Consortium of Investigative Journalists, ICIJ, and 42 other media partners. They reveal how Uber muscled into new markets, rivaling the already existing taxi drivers through the help of lawmakers and people in high offices. In 2014, as Uber sought to expand their business in Europe, Africa, and the Middle East, an advisory firm helped the company compile lists. I'm turning pages so that I can continue. Okay. Right, the story, my friend. Okay. Nikitu, imeenda wapi? All right. The leaked, in 2014, as it sought to expand its business in the Middle East, Europe, and Africa, the firm helped the company compile lists of more than 1,850 stakeholders from different sectors it hopes to influence in 29 countries, as well as representatives of European Union institutions, the leaked documents show.
So world leaders were helping this company
from
America to get into their country.
Yes. I had one little problem with this. I read this entire article. And one thing came to my mind as I was reading it, because it was actually in the Guardian. I read it in the Guardian before I read it here. And I was thinking, but you have organizations that are called PR firms. That's what they're called.
Yes.
Then, in some countries, you have what you call lobbyists.
Yes.
Okay? Now, the very thing that is being described here is what these people do. They shift opinions. They help shape opinions. They help convince lawmakers. They help, in short, they help whoever it is who is paying them to position themselves favorably. Now, when they say laws were broken, okay, I am looking at this. And there's mention of exorbitant charging, there's a mention of misconduct, but as to the laws that were broken, I look and I don't see.
Misconduct and all those things.
Yeah, it's stated.
It's probably the expectation that the leaders would... first and foremost, look after the interest of their nationals and their voters. Like the example of France, right? While French taxi drivers were staging sometimes violent protests in the streets against Uber, their President Macron, who was on first-name terms with Uber's controversial boss, Travis Kalanick, and told him that he would reform laws in the firm's favor. Uber's ruthless business methods were widely known, but for the first time, the files give a unique inside view of the lengths that it went to in achieving these goals. It's how they use their connections, which is not wrong, but use their connections to get into people with influence in government to get them inroads into those countries. Now, the issue is those people and what they did.
But even as you read it...
For example, Macron in 2014 wrote back to someone in Uber and said, in a word, spectacular, like I've never seen. We are leaving Bercy, that's Macron's office, and we're heading to the airport. I'll give you a report on the way. Lots of work to come, but we will dance soon.
You know, they put up a lot of money. There are those who argue it was, $190-something million and so forth. There are those who say that they were connected to the oligarchs in Russia who are linked to President Vladimir Putin, people linked to President Joe Biden. But that's what such people do.
That's what lobbyists do.
Yeah, that's what they do.
Yeah.
I mean, for instance, here we are. We've been debating about Dubai Port, okay? The people who run this business, okay?
Yes.
They aren't the only people who run privatized work at ports. There are many others in Singapore, in Rotterdam. They are all over the place. Why these people? They must have lobbied. They must have spoken to people in power. It's what is done. Now, where was the law broken? In influencing, that's what they do. You see, unless we're saying that what we've seen being done in the past is wrong, and we can explain why it is wrong, any business on this planet that is considered big involves this very same process. People put money aside so that this can happen.
I don't actually see like the story is on Uber, but on the politicians. It's the angle of the politicians. Did the politicians favor this new entrant? Did the politicians carry favor? Did they actually bid for?
To the detriment
of
other
others
people in this line of business in their countries whose interests they should have been looking out for.
So, for example, when Macron is accused of even having said, this version of the app that you've introduced in France, I don't think it will survive here because the other taxi operators are really complaining and even going onto the streets, but we can change the law so that it works, so that we get something that works for you. Now that's where the questions will arise. Okay, so what are you doing the bidding for?
You see, the question that is also the question that is asked is those who then use the app in their businesses, on their taxi business, are they French people or are they foreigners?
Those who benefit from the app in France.
Yes. Are they French people or are they foreigners? And introducing new competition, is that necessarily a bad thing?
Good question.
Because if I look at the example of Kenya, we have several companies that use the app.
Yes.
And because of this, people have come to distinguish. For instance, there's a group called Little. There's a group called Bolt. Now, Bolt is a Ukrainian company, just so that, not Ukrainian, Estonian company.
Estonian.
Yes. Now, because of this competition, you'll be told by the consumers, and if you ask that, if this is what you want, then go use this particular app. They will be preferential.
Yes.
The interest rates are lower. This one is good for drivers. This one is this. So competition has come about. And who are the people who are in these taxis who are applying this business? It's locals.
It's still Kenyan.
Yes. So the
Kenyan taxi drivers.
Yes, it is. And it has expanded. You see, right now public transport when it comes to using taxis is so much simpler. Your person doesn't have to come and collect you.
Yes.
You may call your person and your person is in another county. Then what do you do? So all I'm saying is, I can understand the complaints of people who are comfortable in a certain industry and were benefiting, now facing competition that they're not anticipated. I can see it.
You can see it, eh?
I can see it. But it doesn't make it illegal in my mind. Unless I can be pointed to in the direction where the illegality has occurred.
Good points, though. Going to the top of the hour, Kenya's biggest conversation. Andrew Franklin says he's a former Marine. And he's saying, rifle slings come with the weapons and seldom need replacement unless used under harsh operational conditions. Weapons generally are supplied with accessories.
Yep.
So those gunslings,
Were they gunslings or were they gunslings?
But Andrew, Kenya prisons operates under very harsh operational conditions. So it's possible.
Because they're within the prisons.
Yeah.
Yes, and prisons conditions are harsh.
Exactly. Good morning. Time for the news. It's 7 a.m.
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is Nizwa. I'm Dennis Aseto. Nairobi Senator Johnson Sakaja put a fierce defense on needs education credential, dismissing his opponent for the Nairobi governorship, Polycarp Igathe, terming the focus on newspapers as a ploy to divert public attention on issues facing city residents. Sakaja, who arrived late for the gubernatorial debate televised across all media houses, said his degree certificate from Team University in Uganda will stand the test of time through the court process.
I do have a degree from Team University. I presented it on the 6th of last month to the competent authority, which is the Commission for University Education. After that, it was presented to the counterpart commission in the in our neighboring country. They verified it. Many people have said that I'm trying hard to prove that I have one. Actually, it's my detractors trying hard to prove that I don't have one.
He pointed out that he recognizes the importance of a degree qualification, but values leadership skills even more, as they also play a critical role in any leadership position.
I do have all the qualifications required to run for Governor of Nairobi, and on top of a degree, beyond just the academic qualifications, I have the competence, the character, I have the will and the experience to lead this county of Nairobi.
Igathe, Jubilee Party's candidate in the City Hall race, had anchored his opening remarks during the debate of his credentials, saying he was a product of public education in the country. He went on to tear into Sakaja, terming him as a fraud.
I define integrity as what you do in private. If it ever became public, you'll never be ashamed. I'll tell you what is not integrity. Is uttering false documents and then standing here and saying I have integrity. Go to the website of the East African of EACC. Go to the website of IBC. Check Senator Sakaja. Let me go. Go and check what Senator Sakaja cited as his degree in 2017. It's a public document. And then look at the degree he's saying it is today. We don't even know who he is. Is your name really Sakaja? Nairobi.
And the United Democratic Alliance gubernatorial candidate Johnson Sakaja says his political rival Polycarp Igathe is unfit to lead the city, having absconded duty as deputy governor. In a heated debate intensified by war words, Sakaja insisted that Igathe's resignation as deputy governor under former Nairobi governor Mike Sonko was a clear indication he was not cut for public office.
I'm actually quite tickled that Polycarp Igathe can talk about push coming to shove and me not making a decision. Before even push came to shove, in like 4 or 5 months, Polycarp Igathe quit on the people of Nairobi. In fact, that should have come in the question of integrity. Because when you talk about public trust, chapter 6, at the expense of private convenience, that is the question that we must answer.
It did come up before you arrived.
The question on impeachment. Governor Sonko would not be facing an impeachment if you're stuck in office. In fact, if you're stuck in office, you probably would have been the incumbent governor.
Sakaja pointed out that the ripple effect of Igathe's resignation led to relinquishing of control of the city to Nairobi Metropolitan Service, which was a drawback to devolution. Sakaja noted that if Igathe didn't run away from office, Nairobi would have been dysfunctional after the impeachment of former Governor Mike Sonko. Sakaja also criticized Igathe for praising NMS, saying the entity was in charge of this city's affairs as a result of his inability to remain in office.
If you're stuck in office, there'd be no NMS in Nairobi. The reason we have an NMS in Nairobi is after Polycarp Igathe could not wait or stand the heat in the kitchen, he ran away in less than 6 months. This city needs resilience. You need to be tough. You cannot say that you have betrayed 800 and I think, how many votes did you guys get? 40 or something thousand votes, 840,000 votes, because you could not get the trust of one individual, yet 1 million Nairobians have given you the public trust. When push has come to shove, look at the Senate answered. I have spoken more times than any senator. I have raised more questions in the Senate than any other senator. In fact, I have taken the former Governor Sonko to court on the action he took on Matatus. The record is clear. This county needs a political manager who understands how to deal with the leaders and how to deal with the issues of the people, but has a thick skin. In fact, if half of the tribulations I'm facing right now in my bid were on Polycarp, Azimio would have no candidate.
Igathe defended his move to resign, saying that he was not allocated duties and therefore he couldn't accept to continue earning a salary from taxpayers' money. He also noted that NMS was a creature of the law and that its term is almost lapsing. Chief Justice Martha Koome has given a commitment that all pending election cases before various courts will be concluded by Friday. Koome made the declaration following a meeting with the judiciary leadership team. The declaration by the CJ comes days after the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission said it may be forced to suspend elections in areas with pending court cases. The Commission's chairperson, Wafula Chebukati, pointed out that delay in finalizing 31 dispute cases pending in courts might affect critical processes, which will in turn compromise the conduct of the exercise. And a new opinion poll by Tifa Research shows that Azimio Umoja One Kenya Land's candidate Raila Odinga would defeat his closest rival William Ruto if elections were to be held today. In its latest findings, the former Prime Minister leads 42% compared to Deputy President William Ruto's 39%. This is Newswire. Dennis Asato. Good morning.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
What's happening on Thika Superhighway? Where it goes all the way beyond Italy and Survey. It is stretching all the way, and it comes, you know this problem, it comes just because the road, Thika Superhighway, is meeting with Kiambu Road onto just a very slim 3 lanes. I think this is the complete, when you talk about design flaw city, this is one. This is one big one. Thika Superhighway, Kiambu Road, problems all the way this morning. Then Langata Road has an issue, of course, as you come towards the Mbagathi way roundabout because of the construction that's going on there. So Langata Way's traffic is stretching now, going all the way beyond Dam Estate, going towards the Southern Bypass Junction. But just be patient, it's moving. On the expressway, it's clear, but then on Mombasa Road itself, Aerodrome Road and the Bunyala roundabout, there's some issue there, just a bit of build-up. It's starting to build up. Haile Selassie getting into town, into Moya Avenue is busy. Landis Road is busy from City Stadium roundabout all the way. Jogoo Road, the usual Makadara Hamza area, is busy. Kangunda Road is moving this morning, and Outer Ring Road as well. If there's anything that we ought to talk about, any major incident, please let us know, and we'll alert everybody else at SpiceFM KE.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room.
8 minutes after 7. Good morning and welcome to the second hour of Kenya's biggest conversation. Happy Tuesday. It's the 12th day of July 2022. It's Eric and CT. Ndu is away. CT has the proverb.
I do.
Good morning, boys and girls.
The proverb of the day is brought to you by Accusations.
Right,
Fresh
the tyranny of habit. Our last proverb from the kingdom of Lesotho. Houses built together burn together.
Houses built together burn together.
Yes.
Because they are close to one another.
They're close to one another.
Adjacent.
Precisely. And if one starts burning, you see, if you look at a proverb of this nature and you take it that it's from an era that everything in the country was traditional, then you'd be talking houses that are grass-thatched roofs. Now, you don't even need a stretch of imagination to determine what would happen if that catches fire. It burns very quickly. Very, very quickly. And if there's wind to assist it, a lot more will burn. And it will also burn very, very quickly.
So what do you think these elders of Lesotho had in mind? What are they saying?
Commonality of fabric. Take it to human beings. If, say, for instance, this leads us straight into an area I like commenting on. Similarity of purpose. if you happen to be an individual who has been in leadership and you've used that position to amass wealth for yourself irregularly, in the most irregular manner possible, and if matters go to court and you are indeed found culpable, it will not be one person. It will be people of that ilk. Anyone who is tainted by it or tarred by that same brush, they will have the same fate. So when it starts happening to one person, rest assured,
it's coming to the others.
Yeah, it's coming to you.
Brush your teeth twice a day with Aqua Fresh Gel, the secret to long-lasting fresh breath, strong teeth, and healthy gums.
So let me tell you something else that's also happening. Uhuru yesterday named 142 people to head boards of state corporations. 142.
100.
With less than 3 weeks to the general election that will mark the end of his term, President Uhuru Kenyatta has made 142 appointments to the boards of various government agencies. The appointments are contained in the latest issue of the Kenya Gazette, published on the 8th of July. Although within the law, the timing of the appointments so close to the end of his tenure raises eyebrows. They also stand out in that, as opposed to others before, they do not mainly comprise defeated politicians who often fall back to such appointments when they fail to clinch political seats. They include appointments to the councils of various public universities, which have been operating without proper composition of the key decision-making organs. The appointments mean the new president will have few appointments to dangle to allies who fall by the wayside. Most of these appointments run for 3 years, meaning the new president will have to work with Uhuru's appointees. Among the notable appointments is that of Professor Karuti Kanyinga, who's been appointed to chair the university's funding board of trustees for 3 years. Appointment was gazetted by Education CS George Magoha, who also appointed former Kenya National Examinations Council boss Mercy Karogo to chair the Council of the Kenya Education Management Institutes. Felix Odimasi and Joyce Wanjiru Kanja were appointed as members of this council. Uhuru has also appointed Professor Julius Nyabundi to chair NEC for 10 years, taking over from Dr. John Onsanti. The new Cooperative Creameries Board will have Anthony Njoroge Mutugi as its new chairperson. Other appointments are Joanne Yilbet at the Kenya Tourism Board, Nelson Dirango at the Competition Authority, Mohammed Amin Sheikh at the Insurance Regulatory Authority, Stephen Kuria at the Mineral Rights Board, Eric Mungai at the National Environment Management Authority, and the Treasury CS Sukuri Tani appointed Abdirahim Abdi as chairperson of the Retirement Benefits Authority. Yatani reappointed Richard Kiplagat as chairperson of the Unclaimed Financial Assets Authority and Dennis Aroka to be a member of the board of the Kenya Railways Corporation. Ambassador Dennis Awori will chair the Council of the Kenya Technical Trainers Technical College. The Taita Taveta University Council will be chaired by Professor Isaac Mbeche. Professor Shem Wandiga will chair the Council of the Jaramogi Oginga Odinga University of Science and Technology and others such. Bille will chair the Board of Trustees of the Water Sector Trust Fund. 142 what? Appointments. Political move or, just tenures were coming to an end and you have a responsibility to do something.
What caught my attention was that number, because it reminds me of the special advisors that President Museveni of Uganda has. His, I think, is 141. Maybe they've gone to 142, I don't know, but many advisors.
Yes.
Okay. It's a political move.
Why why block your successor from having something to dangle?
What makes us think that your successor doesn't have a say in some of these things?
So this could have been joint.
Yes.
But then make it in such a way. Okay.
No.
It doesn't matter, right?
No.
As long as the appointment has been made and you are an ally of your presumptive successor, they'll assume.
Because also, remember...
Or it's locking out your non-favored successor.
Yes. And also ensuring that you still have a say in what happens in certain sectors. Okay? But that's a 10 years perspective, because when you have a new leader, rest assured, these people whom you've appointed will be singing to the tune of that leader, not yours. You will have the power you have is when you're in the office and you have that particular position. When you move away with all the goodwill in the world, you will be a private citizen. And the power you have will be limited. You will have power, but it will be limited. But secondly, if you consider also, the things that leadership comes with it are favors that are owed. These names that we see here, yes, represents people who have achievement etched to their names. I may not know what it is that they've done that is so spectacular that enabled them to be appointed, but there's something that they've done with their lives that is noteworthy. But also of significance, and the question that I would ask, whose interest do they also represent? Because beyond being capable themselves, in this country, there are very, 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 very many capable people.
So an appointment is not just an appointment.
No, it never really is.
It's a placement.
It's a placement. It's a favor being returned. It's a favor being done. It's a thank you being given. And in some cases, it's a punishment.
Why would it be a punishment, surely?
If you look at some of the appointments, let's say, for instance, attach any appointment to a ministry, for instance, and ask yourself, who's at the helm of that ministry? Trickle it down. There'll be some individuals whom you can't attach to any person of enormous repute, but the others whom you'll find have a direct relation with either the PS or the cabinet secretary or the CES. You'll find some connection. Yes. Now, this isn't anything unusual. It is how these things work.
It's normal.
Huh?
It's normal.
No, this is how it works. And that is why when a new president comes in, there are people who start packing. They pack long before they know when my appointing officer leaves, the likelihood of my staying here is slim. Now, these appointments guarantee that even when you have a new chief executive, you still have 3 years to go. Now, that's where now our constitution comes in handy.
Yes.
Because it will support you and it will ensure that you keep your position. The only thing you should pray is that the new CEO sings the tune that you're accustomed to. Because if he comes in and sings a different tune, you may find yourself at crosshairs. And that's where now the story of hot water greeting you in all sorts of places comes in.
Speaking of the president and his legacy as he leaves, 27 days to the general election, the Standard has started serializing some stories on looking back at Uhuru's presidency.
Yes.
They're calling it the Uhuru Legacy Series. And today they're focusing on security. Despite early challenges from terrorism, Uhuru rose above it. They say at a glance, there were 23 terror attacks that took place in Kenya during Uhuru's tenure as president. 23.
Yes.
Notable ones include, of course, the 2013 Westgate Mall shooting, 2014 and 2015 Peketoni attacks, 2015 Garissa University attack, 2016 the attack on Kenyan soldiers in El Ade, Somalia, 2017 attack on Kenyan soldiers in Kolbeyo, Somalia, 2019 attack on Dusit D2 complex on 14 Riverside. All those are major attacks, and they say in 2014, terror suspects stormed. Basically, they're saying that with all this, then the president had to react and to reorganize the intelligence infrastructure, the security framework, and he rose to the task.
He did. You know, one of the things that perhaps one doesn't often understand or fully appreciate, if you look at that particular point in time in our history, you would actually wonder and say, how is it that we managed to get this thing so right? Then you would have to ask yourself, who was in charge of anti-terrorism in this country? If you look at Dr. Ambassador Martin Kimani, who is now a special envoy to the UN, among the people who made it possible for us to actually become members of the Security Council. Now, his tenure was during this same period that they're talking about, before he went to New York. He was the person who headed this particular unit. Now, I'm singling him out because most such people aren't even known. People don't even know their existence. You only seem to have this understanding that someone seems to be getting it right. Now, just as fish rots from the top, not from the head, okay? If things go right, look to the head.
Look to the head as well.
Look to the head.
Dr. Mustafa Ali, the chair of the Horn International Institute for Strategic Studies, says Uhuru became more surgical in the operation against terrorists and their sympathizers. He says that during the 2013 campaigns, Uhuru had promised to deploy de-radicalization programs to tame the spread of jihadism that breeds terror cells. Dr. Mustafa says the establishment of the National Counterterrorism Center, that's the one that Ambassador Kimani was heading, to de-radicalize the youth and integrate them into society, also helped to reduce the number of sleeper cells. Al-Shabaab offshoots that were responsible for myriad of terror attacks in Mombasa before 2014 have been crushed, but warned against laxity. So work was done in terms of that, the organization of the flow of intelligence, the reaction to intelligence,
the coordination of all those activities. Yes, it was spot on.
Yep. The anti-terrorism police units, the support that they are getting from also the other partners internationally in the fight against terror, namely America, for example, and the others. All that, it means something.
No, it means something huge. You see, there are many heroes who aren't sang, and there aren't people whose names are not mentioned. We only look at the successes, and we sometimes assume that it happened, they happened on their own. Just self-propagating, self-triggered. It very rarely is. You remember the time when the education sector was synonymous with cheating and fraud.
Yep.
Then we had one Dr. Matiang'i right there. Now, there were many players in this particular field. I remember Professor Magoha was then chairman of the Kenya National Examination Council.
Yeah.
Okay, but what then happened thereafter was many of the ills that people had taken for granted, they didn't disappear. They were gotten rid of. Now, yes, there were many players, but again, we take it to the head. You look and say, who headed this ministry at this particular point in time, and what did they do? If you look at the impromptu visits that he used to make
to the schools.
Yes, exactly. And he also understood how to use the media because it was publicized. It was known.
Yeah.
But the message got across, and soon it was realized it is not safe, neither is it pleasant if you're going to be involved in these things. And all those stories died, and the narrative changed. You see? There are many Kenyans who've held positions of authority and whose tenure in those offices you look at and you say, there were many things that were done well. Okay?
Under them.
Precisely. If you look at, for instance, the police service in the Kibaki era under Major General Ali. Now, there are those who will say there were many extrajudicial killings, there were many issues, but I would add this, there were, and the issues that should be questioned. But the Mungiki menace, because it was a menace, came to an end. Their nature changed. They still exist in many ways, but they are not the terrorizing group that they were before.
We're not finding decapitated bodies.
No, you do not.
All over.
No, you do not. No, you do not. Because that reign of terror it's like they were heading towards taking control of security, dismantling the known security apparatus and creating their own. Now, that came to an end. And when we say normalcy was resumed. So, there are individuals whose tenure in the offices that they are in are remarkable because results came into being. We look at John Michuki and the things that he did. He stands out for having straightened what we call the Matatu sector menace. It's remarkable. He went into water. He went into environment. Again, we saw remarkable changes. Now, these are people whom you cannot just ignore and say these things happened. The individuals at the helm are the ones who brought these things to pass.
They make changes happen.
They do. And if you have a head of state, if you have an executive who appoint people and enables them to do their work, you know I'm on a roll here. I'm looking at the chairman of Kenya Pipeline, the former, one John Ngumi. And I look at his tenure as chairman and what Kenya Pipeline was able to do. Now, most people don't know. The financing of the railway from here to Nanyuki was done by Kenya Pipeline. The financing of the railway from here to Kisumu, Kenya Pipeline. Now, which means they had the money to do so.
Yep.
There are things that happen under certain people's watch, and you have to look and say, this person did a good job. And by the same token, there are people who did a terribly horrible job. And in due course, they shall also be mentioned.
Story also looks at the other side. So yes, the president rose above the challenge of terrorism, made several key appointments, listened to his advisors, listened to his intelligence people and security people, and made the changes that now have seen a destabilization of the sleeper cells of Al-Shabaab. On the other hand, now there are people who will raise questions about extrajudicial killings.
Yes.
Because there are many people who have just disappeared.
And they should and they must.
Yeah. So they says for the last 10 years that he's been in office, several people have been killed under unclear circumstances, while others like businessman Dafton Muiteki, security analyst Mwenda Mbinjiwe, and a friend Matthew Muhati Masaka are still missing. The killings and enforced disappearances have almost similar hallmarks. Curiously, most of the victims either had a brush with the law, they had pending court cases, they had questionable backgrounds, or were in police watch lists. Figures gleaned by the Standard from reports by human rights groups show that more than 1,000 people could have been killed since 2013, when Uhuru assumed power. Latest victims of summary executions being 6 young men suspected to have been involved in fraudulent activities. The bodies of Fred Obare, Frank Obegi, Joseph Njao, Permanence Wenjohi, Elijah Omeka, and Moses Nyachai were found in different locations after they went missing on different dates last month. Like similar murders in the past, the killers of the 6 may never be known. Remember also the Yala findings.
River. Yes.
And just people, bodies just showing up suddenly, and then that has now again gone quiet. The issue is over 1,000 people who could have been killed since 2013 or just disappeared without trace is a big number.
It is a huge number, and questions must be asked, and there must be 360 questions. Why the judicial killings, and each and every one of these individuals who disappeared and bodies later found, questions must be asked about them and why it is, or what were the possibilities surrounding their deaths. And they must be asked to the point where you get a plausible response. Now, it isn't right for people to be killed and dumped into some water body or left. What is it that led to this culture? We seem to have been running amok. Every other day someone is killed. And the odd thing is you'll find police officers being killed, citizens being killed, and adequate explanations not given.
Not forthcoming.
People, groups of young men suddenly disappear, and then you hear some attachment to some nefarious activities they were involved in, evidence of which not produced, and yet you hear. Unfortunately, the stories around these things are so many. And plausible evidence supporting this doesn't seem to exist, except what you're told.
Yep.
So, questions must continue being asked.
They will.
Yes.
They continue, the Standard. Today, a Financial Standard dead center spread here is Uhuru's grand projects. Did they grow the economy or did they waste taxpayers' cash? And they're looking at the various projects today. Like, for example, the 11 billion shillings Dongo Kundu bypass, the 40 billion shillings second Kipevu oil terminal, the 70 billion shillings Nairobi Expressway, 160 billion shillings Rironi Mouse Summit that's planned to be constructed. Of course, we've got the SGR. Of course, we've got the other roads that have been done. Of course, we've got the Lamu Port expansion. Of course, you've got the Kenya Railways expansion, again, the connectivity all the way to Kisumu and into Nanyuki. All these projects and what they have done and achieved, are they growing the economy or are they a waste of taxpayers' cash?
You know, Eric, it is a good thing that you have asked the question. You see, there's something that, again, is taken for granted. And what is taken for granted in this country is the peace that we enjoy. We have our issues. Some of them are major, like some of the things that happen in the North Rift, things that are happening in Marsabit. But we see some action being taken right now, and we hear less and less of the turmoil that we were hearing at the beginning of the year until just a couple of months ago. Now, when there is peace, you must ask yourself, why is it possible and who has made it possible? One of the things that I love about this country of ours is the ability of leadership to get into dialogue. In the harshest of times where in other places people would have supposedly gone to the bush and taken up weapons, in this country people seem to decide to talk to each other. It is a wonderful thing. You talk your problems, you find ways of resolving them. However, the problem with the talking and coming to understand each other, unfortunately, doesn't always bode well for the citizenry. Because in many cases, it represents ills that had existed continuing in a different form. It often represents people being put into power where their performance was in question to begin with.
Yes.
So the status quo is continued. But of significance is this. If you want to understand the benefits of this, you just need to look across our borders and look at where we're talking about a legacy and a continuation of peace. Many people who are our neighbors have a continuation and a legacy of unrest.
That's true.
And it's gone on for decades.
That's true.
And so it becomes what you call the status quo in those countries and the norm.
The leaders in Kenya, despite everything else, they have that pressure. Right? They've got that pressure behind on their backs that you've got to maintain peace.
Yes.
You've got one of the things that you want to do is to hand over a stable country to your successor.
And we also want you to live peacefully.
And we also want you to live peacefully.
Yes.
And there's that, everybody's falling over themselves, Raila, Ruto, trying to pledge that, when Uhuru leaves, we will let him go and retire in peace. It's making that commitment and that assurance that also, well, it could be bad because you're saying, what are you saying? That if we had questions, we are not going to ask.
We shouldn't ask.
Yeah. But also there's that assurance that, we are not pursuing violence. We are not pursuing unrest.
Yes.
And Uhuru himself talking every time and saying, I want to leave, the biggest legacy I want to leave is a peaceful, coexistent country. I don't want to go away when there's violence and turmoil and uncertainty. I want to hand over a country that everybody is watching in the middle of the day as a new president is sworn in, and everybody then goes back home and says,
and we get on with our business.
We move on.
Yes.
Right? And I think if he achieves that, that will be his legacy for me.
It will be.
Because it is one thing that he started with from the very beginning. From that moment when they were shaking hands with William Ruto and saying, you know what, we are facing cases in The Hague because of what happened in our country 5 years ago.
Yes.
And we should not let that happen again. And all the efforts that he has made, to pacify the country. Yeah, there are issues here and there. He just lets people ventilate and then they calm down. The fact that we're going into this election like this, yes, we are politically polarized, but we are not, violently polarized.
No. We've come to embrace and accept the differences without turning those differences into something that is contentious to the point of it being violent. But look at the history of our handshakes. Just look at the history. You get independence, first of all, self-governance. You may not think so. It's a handshake. We have two opposing parties, KANU, KADU. They merge. It's a handshake.
Yep.
All along, the issues that have often arisen is when that handshake and the understanding behind it is abrogated. Then we have an issue. And that seems to be also our legacy. We agree.
You shake hands for now.
And then you can do a complete about turn. And then problems arise. Because the problems arise when the understanding and the agreement that people arrived at are gone against.
Yes.
That's our history.
Yes.
But that history of agreeing and accepting and moving on, people understand and know the Kibaki handshake, and they forget the ones which existed prior. When we reintroduced multipartism, one may not realize, but that was a huge handshake. Saying, okay, we're embracing plurality.
Yes.
Fine. Let's embrace plurality. Let's see how this thing goes. And we have continued. The biggest one in my mind is how our political scene has morphed into coalitions. Kenyans' way of doing it.
Yes.
But people say, okay, we have different parties. Don't even collapse your party. Let's just join and find a way of working. Now, you look at the two key coalitions and you'll find a multiplicity of ethnicity within all those parties. And that in itself, in my mind, is how you build a stable country. So it isn't one community dominating.
Yep.
No. Because at independence, there were two communities dominating.
No, there's a sense of others also having a seat at the table.
Yes.
It will be a large seat.
Let it be a large seat. Let it be a very, very large seat. Because the democratization of our country is taking place before our very eyes. And if you're not aware, this is really what is happening. We are learning how to work together politically. We are learning how to align, how to disagree, how to patch up, how to move on. We are learning. And we are understanding all this noise you hear. It is the process of people learning. Some kicking a real fit and a ruckus because they're being forced to let go of norms that they've liked. But in the name of getting together with others, they have to.
They have to learn.
Yes. So
let's take a break. 26 to 8. Remember, it's elections bila norma. As we head into this election, as we're talking about the cohesion that we are witnessing in the country, remember, it just takes one to spoil everything. And as you go into the elections, look at your jirani and consider them your jirani. It doesn't matter. If your jirani is married to somebody from the opposite tribe, it's okay.
You know, they were married before the elections.
Yes.
They were married before all this.
They were not married by politicians.
Yes, and they were your neighbors before all this, and they're still going to remain your neighbor after this.
Or your relative is actually married to somebody from the other tribe.
Why? They've been married to this person for the longest time, and you knew full well where this person came from.
Of course.
Yes.
Let them be, man. Let them be. Even if you are that kind of couple and one is looking at their people and wants to vote for their person and you want to vote for your people, say it's okay.
Look, let the handshake extend into your homestead, into your living room.
Exactly.
Let them vote for their person. After all, even if they say they're going to vote for your person, how do you know they're going to vote for your person?
25 to 8.
We know it is cold, but Cold Stone Creamery has hot deals for you. This month, enjoy cups of rich and creamy ice cream, delicious ice cream cakes, and fresh oven-baked cakes at amazing prices. Visit any of our stores in Nairobi or Mombasa and indulge in your favorite treats. Cold Stone Creamery, the ultimate ice cream experience.
Thank you. The political class, the contestants, everybody is trying to outsteal the other.
Remorse is not taught in any school. Manners is something you get from your mother. You don't get it from your political party.
Why are we so unfocused as a country? Why are we spending money and resources, yet we have real challenges in this country?
This coronavirus pandemic should teach us one thing, that universal healthcare is critical. Because at this point, whether you have a medical card that covers you, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Okay, how kind of weather are we having in Nairobi today? Another one of those. Light rains throughout the day. The highs are going to be 20 and expect some cold day at lows of 14. Light rains as well in Mombasa, highs of 27 and lows of 22. Malindi, rain showers at 28 and lows of 23. Nyeri, light rain at 17. Nakuru City, cloudy day at 23. Kisumu City, clear skies at 29. Kakamega, light rains at 22. Eldoret, light rains at 28. Kampala, Uganda, mostly clear skies today at 27. Tanzania, clear, mostly clear at 29. That's Dar es Salaam. Kinshasa, DRC, clear skies at 30. Lagos, rain showers at 28. Johannesburg, South Africa, clear skies at 18. London, light rains at 30. New York, clear skies at 28. Paris, clear skies at 33. And Beijing in China, it's raining. And it's going to drop to 21 degrees later today.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah.
You're listening to Spice FM.
So it's a very good thing when you actually look at the map and it shows you Mombasa Road looking green. It's actually a good thing. However, we cannot say the same of Thika Superhighway. Although it was so bad before this, it was extending all the way beyond Allsops. Now it's actually at Allsops. This is at the Outer Ring Junction. That's where traffic begins, at the Outer Ring Junction, Allsops, coming all the way to Muthaiga and Pangani, where they meet with the Kiambu Road Junction. After that, of course, you know, Murang'a Road, it moves. Wangari Maathai Road, it moves. That tells you that there's an issue with the design at this intersection of Kiambu Road, Thika Superhighway, and Muthaiga Road. Something should be done. Langata Road, because of the construction that's been ongoing of the interchange at T-Mall roundabout. So there's a traffic coming all the way. Now it's extended all the way to the southern bypass, stretching down towards T-Mall roundabout. Then it clears and then it goes into Aerodrome Road as you join Mombasa Road. The rest of the roads are not looking bad at all. There's nothing major to report. But if you think that we ought to talk about anything, please let us know. And we'll alert everybody else. SpiceFM KE on Twitter.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah.
You're listening to Spice FM. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice.
All right, it's 20 minutes to 8. The conversation continues. We're looking at what's been done so far. Yeah, the Uhuru legacy, that's what we were discussing earlier. It's been covered at great length in the papers today, especially the standard that's serializing the Uhuru legacy as we head to the general election. Also, we've been talking about the political promises that are being made left, right, and center by people. If we look at what, for example, the gubernatorial candidates were presenting yesterday at the debate, they're all making promises left, right, and center. And there are those that are saying, this is what I'm going to do. Are there those that are coherent? The promises, that is, the plans? Are there any that are coherent? Are you feeling like there's a leader who's basically saying, I understand what the problems are in this city, and this is my plan or my proposal on how I can address these challenges, moving together as the residents of the city. 2.2 million voters, but a population of about 5 million people in Nairobi City County. Largest anywhere, if we talk about the counties.
There are those who say that political messaging doesn't require you to present details. Yes, in a massive, huge rally, I understand that it makes perfect sense. But not all political meetings are huge rallies. They're town hall meetings. They're meetings with smaller groups, special groups. The truth of the matter is, the how-to is important because that is the nexus that we will use to actually judge these so-called promises that you make. You've said you will do this, okay? How exactly? Because and also when you tell us the how, we have a clear idea as to whether you really understand what you're talking about. Because the promise is the easy part, okay? I will ensure that there are no clouds over Limuru during the month of July. How exactly are you going to do it?
Exactly.
There'll be no miss whatsoever when you pass Kariandusi, when you pass Sokomjinga. Oh, yeah, okay, fine, we've heard you. How exactly?
How will you do that?
Exactly, tell us. Now, most political aspirants avoid the how-to. And I think sometimes when they tell us that they have a manifesto, that is the nicest way to hide it.
Yep.
You ask and say, yeah, but we've written it. Okay, we've gotten all that. We've understood. How?
And it doesn't have to be complicated.
No.
You can basically show, if you show that there's understanding and they have a plan, right?
Yes.
Say, for instance, the issue of water. How shall you ensure that more and more people get access to water?
Start with, do we have enough water?
The problem.
Yes. Is there enough water for the citizenry, say, of this city to actually enjoy?
Present.
Start there. Yes, there is. Or yes, there isn't. How can we then increase it? Okay, then how do we make sure that everyone gets water as and when they need it? And you tell us how.
Yeah.
It's easy to assess whether what you're saying is plausible, whether it makes sense or not. Okay? If you tell us that what we are going to do, we are going to get a pipeline from Ukraine, and we'll tell you that stop. Just stop. Forget about it. Leave it. Let's discuss something else. Because
let's move on.
We know that isn't going to happen, and you're spinning a tall yarn. However, if you start telling us, first of all, where the source of the water that people enjoy in Nairobi is from, and how it is actually been brought to the city, the changes that have been made to broaden the passage for these waters so that they can actually embrace the ever-increasing demand for it, then we say, we make sense. And you tell us, we will now locate and fit into the grade that the national government, tell us something that we can cross-check and turn and find it to be true.
Yes.
Then we're fine.
Then we know at least there's something.
Yes.
0719-012-600. You've watched the debates yesterday. At 9 o'clock, we'll be joined by Philip Kisia, who is a former Nairobi town clerk and who was a panelist among the analysts who were looking at the debaters yesterday and looking at what they were saying. He'll be joining us at 9 o'clock alongside Ben Omolo. Ben Omolo is a chief officer in charge of operations and strategy at the Standard Group Limited, was also there at the gubernatorial debate. They'll be here with us at 9 o'clock to analyze the debate and the performance of the individual candidates and the candidates collectively. But what about you? What did you think of their performance? What did you think of the promises that they're making? Their grasp of the issues that are affecting Nairobi. Do you feel that there's somebody who actually, by the way they spoke, it showed you that they understand what the issues are? They understand what needs to be done. They understand what the priority areas would be. And what are those priority areas?
You know, in a debate, there's always the entertainment factor.
Yes.
Somebody who knows how to present their case in a way that appeals to you and you like. Now, let's move aside from the entertainment factor of debating where somebody is put down, someone is put up, and ask yourself, as you listen to the debate, do you hear individuals who are talking about what they can actually do and the things they're saying they can do? Are they doable? Because saying you can do it
is one thing.
Yes. Whether it's doable, it's another. And then thirdly, whether you can actually do it. Yes. Now, these are the things that one must ask. And that's the beauty of debate, because it affords you this opportunity, because you are hearing, as they say, the horse. It's from the horse's mouth. It's not somebody telling you so-and-so said. So-and-so is actually saying it themselves.
Yes.
Yes.
But also, if so-and-so comes and they put up a poor showing, what does that mean? Was it a bad day in the office?
Actually, what often happens is this. Not everybody has a gift of gab. Not everybody has the ability to talk their way through a sock or a stone. Most people will explain what they want in a haphazardly manner. They limp along because that's how they've learned to express. Why do you think it is that there are courses that teach people how to speak? I mean, you can already speak, but how you can speak publicly? Why do you think there are people who actually teach that? Because not everybody has that ability. But if we were to pause for a second, examine the content of what was said, whether it was said in a hop and step manner, whether it was said fluidly, and you ask yourself, does this represent something that is actually plausible and can be done? That should be the measure.
That should be it.
Yes.
0719-012-600. Let's hear from Anthony in Kisumu. Good morning, Anthony.
Good morning, City and Eric.
Morning to you, man. How are you?
I'm good. It's been a while.
Yes, it has. Are you well?
Nairobi gubernatorial debate, two things to take home. One, the NMS, I'll start from that point, has had better services because they had revenue, or they were well funded compared to the county government. Now, Sakaja just counted what Igade and his professor had done research on, the 5 or 6 revenue streams that Nairobi has, and how pilferage will be stopped. What Sakaja brought out clearly, because we need revenue to have services, or we need the funds to have services, on the main source of revenue for Nairobi, the land rate. And he gave the example of that Kaslam next to Ruta. That why should they pay the same rate? Does it make sense? And the apathy on with which the revenue declined when NMS brought GSUs and all that in the CBD. Now, that's the point to take home. On water, I had Igade say Martha Karua was the Minister for Water. That's lame, as the city will put it. Is putting a pipeline from Ukraine to stop at that point. So if you ask me if I was to vote in Nairobi, from that debate alone, Sakaja 7, Igade 3 on a scale of 1 to 10.
How about the previous debate, the one that brought together Esther Warenga, Nancy Wamboi, Herman Grewal, and Kenneth Nyamwamu?
That one, I personally have an opinion on who sponsored it.
Okay.
In 2017, I think there was a time we had 10 or 8 presidential candidates in one podium. These people are less than 10. They could have just been put at the same pedestal. I'm sure that Herman somebody, this Kamwindi guy, could have given Sakaja a run for his money in terms of debating and policies and all that.
Why do you say so?
Now that they were segregated I missed a better part of it because it was better part of the day. But for the later debate, I had all of it. But on the other one from social media, I don't know his full names, but that guy is the IT guy.
He's Herman Grewal.
He should be number 3.
25 years old.
Yes. He represents the youth. He represents the modern. He represents the contemporary. He only needs a bit of experience, like if he 35, he can be a better governor.
Thank you, Anthony.
Welcome.
0719-012-600. We're talking about last night's gubernatorial debate in Nairobi. Who among the candidates came out to you as one person who understands the issues, as one person who has a clear agenda and a plan on how to address the issues that are affecting Nairobi? In terms of prioritization, okay, so, we've been asking the same questions. Water, waste management, education, and all. And then, of course, business opportunities and how to support small businesses. The answers always sound similar. How do you pick the differentiating factor in the answers?
I think that's where the how to comes in, huh? Because the similarities tell you they've understood it. They have an idea of what the problems are, and there's commonality there. But how they plan to resolve the problem, like how do you plan to resolve the problem of hawkers, if indeed there is a problem? How do you plan to ensure that the CBD has a place for hawkers? Or do you think hawkers are a nuisance who must be consigned to the backwaters, some back street somewhere where nobody ever actually goes to? How do you plan to do this? Remember, there is this little segment of our community here in Nairobi, we refer to it as the Maasai market.
Yes.
If you look at the way it's been organized, and I say organized because it has been organized.
Yeah.
There are specific days that you'll find them at this mall and at the other, and at this place and at the other. And people have an opportunity to sell their wares. That's organized. Now, those are small-scale traders.
Yeah.
How then do you up the game and ensure that other small-scale traders have a similar benefit where they can actually sell their wares? Yes, because our history in this country is the individual referred to as Mama Mboga is one of the most harassed people in this city. And it's like there's a special training militia school that they take the city askaris to. Because their first point of contact with that person is to kick the wares.
Everything's thrown on the road.
Completely. And then the next target is the individual who will also receive a kick. What on earth is this? How do you allow people to treat other citizens in this barbaric manner? How? Isn't there a better way of doing it? Isn't there a better way of ensuring that this individual can actually sell their wares and do what they're doing?
Yep.
If you're saying they're a nuisance, to whom exactly? So, because I haven't heard citizens complaining about these hawkers. I've heard citizens complaining about street boys, but then that's a problem that you should resolve.
Yeah. You should deal with it once and for all.
Yes.
When I looked at those debaters, I think there was a poor showing by the ladies, in my opinion. Esther Warenga and Nancy Wamboi of Usawa Party. In terms of articulating their issues and what they would do to address the issues. Yes, they showed a bit of understanding on what the issue is, but then their solution would be we need to go back to Nairobi used to have kanjo houses. Nairobi used to have trucks that would collect garbage. We need to go back there. So how? The how didn't come out. Kenneth Nyamwamu was somewhat expressing some ideas on what he hoped to do with some things in Nairobi, but he wasn't coming out strongly and convinced himself.
There is this little,
maybe that's his character of how he speaks.
We've had him in the studio. He presented himself. One thing is that he's a fairly self-effacing person. He is not self-promoting.
Yes.
So he may even have a very clear idea, but his nature now prevents him from actually selling himself out. Because there are people who are born salesmen. They will sell themselves and give you the impression that they can bring the moon to your doorstep. Okay? He isn't one of them.
He isn't.
No, he definitely isn't. But it doesn't mean that he doesn't have substance. Why then do you think it is that people who want to garner for a position such as this one have teams of individuals who look at every aspect of this particular job, and they make sure that they train you, they bring you up to the point where you have at your fingertips the ability to address those issues which will be raised?
That's true.
I see a pitfall there, and I look at the handlers, and you can tell.
You see, that's where the issue, the problem is on the handlers.
Yes.
Titus in Nakuru, good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning to you, Titus.
Yeah, good. This is Mangoli Titus from Nakuru County.
Yes. What did you make of the debate?
The debate. I pity. Whom do I pity? It is a deep state. Because initially, people were for Team Wanyoni. But because of this issue of the interest by the deep state, they went for Paul Igade. And that's why he performed decently yesterday. And to see Sakaja came out, was able to articulate the issues that are affecting people of Nairobi. But I have one message to the organizers of the debate, that to make this lively, going forward, let them organize like for debate, for deputy presidential debate. Let us have 4 of them, please. This issue of having the grading to 2 or 4 against, there is something that notion is not good, because you are able to see that the issue is not getting well. If you compare this one and that of 2017, it was more well organized than this one. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Titus. Robert in Nandi, good morning.
Good morning, too.
How are you today? How did you find the debate?
It was okay. And I really loved it because, to some extent, some of these debates, they do help in dissipating a lot of energy about the clashes that we do always have after elections, because we get to understand our leaders. And then the second part of it is that the problem with Nairobi is that there are a lot more dynamics than just the debates. And I want to believe the coming in of Igade was not just something by default. No, somebody must have looked at other factors beyond the debates, the good policies, the solutions in Nairobi. The underlying thing about Kenyan politics is that at the end of the day, when people are lost in choosing who is really the best leader, they always turn to, where is my tribe? Hiyo ndio shida tu tunayo hapa.
Hiyo ndio shida yetu.
That is the biggest. And then the last one now is that on social media, on all the handles that I'm reading right now, a lot more of us who are outside Nairobi are picking our candidates.
Are commenting. Thank you, Robert. Let's hear from Victor before we go to the top of the hour. Victor, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm good. Thank you. Long time.
Very, very long, but you're good that you're good. How did you find the debate?
Well, I think it was interesting. I think Igade, to me, came out well. Addressed some of the issues of Nairobi. For anyone who wants to live in Nairobi for the next 5 years, I mean, in a nice way, has to select Igade. Sakaja, on the other hand, for me, first of all, I didn't like the fact that he was almost 30 minutes late into the interview. That's absolutely wrong for a leader to do, whether you want to be late or not, because this was prepared a long time ago. Second, I think he's a smooth talk, which actually buys into most of the young people. Smooth talk and all that. He would still serve well as a senator, a debater, in the Senate.
But not as a governor.
Nairobi needs. Not as the governor. Nairobi needs an administrator, somebody who understands the importance of Nairobi as a financial hub of the East and Central African region. We need to move a little bit faster. We had a problem with Kidero, who set a very bad precedence for the leadership of Nairobi. We had another bad issue with Sonko. So for me, Sakaja is more of a mix of Sonko and Kidero, but now, I mean, in a suit and a good smooth talk. Igade, on the other hand, understands the administrative importance of Nairobi to Nairobians and to Kenya and to the East African community. I mean,
and that came out in the debate yesterday?
Yes, it came out in the debate yesterday for me. I listened to him. I mean, he wasn't my original candidate. My candidate was Timothy, but I've been listening to these gubernatorial debates from Kajiado, Nairobi now, and Nakuru, Eldoret, and so on. So for me, because I live in Nairobi, I'll vote in Nairobi. I think I would select Igade for this. And we need to have these debates annually so that we can vet our governors. We can
on
see
board.
if
Thank
they're
you.
doing- Yes,
That's
exactly.
true. Thank you very much,
Thank
Victor.
Okay.
Asante sana. Remember, at 9 o'clock, we'll be analyzing that debate again with Philip Kisia and Ben Omolo. Keep it here for that. In the next hour, let's talk about opinion polling. Yesterday, Tifa Research released a new opinion poll that shows Raila in the lead, that shows William Ruto behind him, and then shows Wajakoya with 4% of the votes. What does that mean? We'll be joined by the Tifa CEO, Magireri. Good morning. It's now 8 o'clock.
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is Newswire Dennis Oseto. Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Coalition Party flag bearer Raila Odinga returned to Narok County in scaled-up efforts to consolidate the Maasai votes. Campaigning in Narok, Raila said his government will promote livestock farming, noting that the region is yet to fully capitalize on the activity, despite it being one of the main economic activities. The former premier also spoke about the Mau forest restoration journey, promising to build on the efforts by the current government to fence the entire forest if elected. On his issues with elections and the IEBC, Odinga stated that he is not afraid of going head-on with Ruto, insisting that his demands are aimed at ensuring a free and fair process.
Jamaa amezoea sana kuongea juu yangu. Masio ile mtu ya kitendawili mara mingi mimi shirika yake. Sisi kama Azimio hatujasema hata siku moja ati tutasusia uchaguzi. Nataka nimjibu yeye hapa siku ya leo. Sisi tulisema kwa IEBC ati tunataka wafanye mpango kambambe hakikisha kwamba uchaguzi itafanyika kwa njia ya haki na ukweli. Nataka kura vile itapigwa hapa Narok South ihesabiwe hapa na hesabiwe Nairobi namna hiyo. Sisi hatuogopi Kenya kwisha. Tunajua Wakenya wako na sisi. Na tutashinda hiyo uchaguzi na 70% na kitu.
This as Deputy President William Ruto led Kenya Kwanza in the western region, where he popularized the bottom-up economic model. Speaking in Matungu, Kakamega County, the DP said he will ensure that the ailing Mumias Sugar Company is revived within 3 months if he wins the August 9th election. Ruto blamed President Uhuru Kenyatta and DA's handshake partner Raila Odinga for the hard economic times being experienced in the country, saying the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Coalition has nothing to offer Kenyans.
Hii vitisho kitendawili ameanza. Amesema sijui kama hakuna manual register ati hakutakuwa na uchaguzi. Nilisikia tena juzi wamesema ati hawana imani na IEBC. Mimi nataka niwaambie wa Kenya, msikuwe na wasiwasi. Nyinyi mniwachie huyu kitendawili ni dadili na yeye. Huyu hawezi kutupatia vitisho. Hawezi kutupatia masharti. Na safari hii mimi nataka niwahakikishie huyu jamaa hawezi kujiapisha safari hii, na hawezi kung'oa reli, na hawezi kutupa mawe. Akilete kisirani tutamuweka kwa wheelbarrow mpaka Bondo, twende tumpumzishe nyumbani.
Still on matters elections, and Standard Media Group and the National Cohesion and Integration Commission will today be heading to Kericho, Nakuru, Isiolo, Meru and Nairobi, and finally come back to Nairobi as they sell the peace campaigns as we approach the general election. Now, Education Cabinet Secretary Professor George Magoha has instructed school heads to refrain from turning away students with fee balances even as schools reopen. Magoha said the government has disbursed capitation funds to primary and secondary schools, adding that the funds will be in schools by the end of the week. Speaking to the press during the groundbreaking ceremony for the competency-based curriculum classrooms at Kereri Girls on the outskirts of Kisii town, the CS noted that the capitation funds are valuable and school managers should be able to utilize the funds effectively. While acknowledging the rising cost of living, Mago encouraged parents to take their children back to school and pay as much fees as they can.
I'm very sure that within a month or so, the government will have ensured that the maize prices will come down. Even at the homes where the children are coming from, the maize prices are the same. So let us not toy with the well-being of our children. It's actually repugnant to any normal human being. Please do not return any child home from a boarding school. If you can afford to pay, make sure that you pay for them if you love them. If you can't afford to pay all, go to school with whichever amount you have that is ready. For the extremely poor ones that get back to school, let me not hear, as Magoa, son of Magoa, that you have sent a Kenyan child from a Kenyan school.
Across the borders, and the Democratic Republic of Congo has formally completed the process of accession to the East African Community after depositing ratification instruments in Arusha, the bloc's headquarters. DRC joined the bloc after the signing of the Treaty of the Accession of the DRC into the EAC in Nairobi on April 8th. The chairperson of the summit of EAC, head of state President Uhuru Kenyatta, signed the Treaty of Accession with the President of DRC, Felix Antoine Tshisekedi, at State House, Nairobi. Also present at the ceremony were Ugandan President Yoweri Museveni and his Rwandan counterpart, Paul Kagame. And remember, NCIC and Standard Media Group are championing Elections Bill and Oma campaign as we approach the general election, with the sole message being that we maintain peace before, during and after the elections. This is Newswire. Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
It's right that time when everything is upside down. So Thika Superhighway traffic goes all the way beyond the Outer Ring Road interchange into Allsops and beyond. Okay? So if you're coming from Thika Superhighway, just after you pass Rosters and Garden City Mall, you'll begin with the traffic there. Come with it all the way up to the Pangani interchange with Kiambu Road. Kiambu Road stretches all the way into Ridgeways. That is looking horrible this morning. Jogoo Road is looking bad all the way from the Outer Ring Road junction, coming into City Stadium, going into Landis Road, going into the CBD into Nyao, into Moya Avenue. Langata Road, it stretches beyond the bypass, goes all the way beyond Onyonka, goes all the way close to the Langata Barracks. And that is because of what? Because of the construction at the Timor roundabout. All these problems are happening at the same time. This is looking not so good at all. Even if we talk about Uhuru Highway itself getting into town is not bad. But also Mombasa Road is not looking so bad. If there's anything that we need to talk about, let us know. SpiceFM KE on Twitter.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room.
It's 8 minutes after 8 on this 12th day of July 2022. Welcome to the third of Kenya's biggest conversation, The Situation Room, broadcasting on SpiceFM, live streaming on YouTube and Facebook, SpiceFM KE, and we are also live for 1 hour on KTN Home. Of course, it's Eric and CT. Ndu is away today, as she was yesterday, but hopefully she'll be back in coming days. We have a guest in the studio, but before we introduce the guest, we'll hear the day's proverb.
Good morning, boys and girls.
The proverb of the day is brought to you by
This is
Accusations
our last
Fresh
proverb from the
Gel.
kingdom of Lesotho. Houses built together burn together.
Houses built together, burn together.
Yeah.
I'm just still trying to figure out when the Basutu are coming up with this particular proverb. Were they trying to say birds of a feather? Because they were not saying birds of a feather.
Maybe they were, but consider for a single second, if you look at many traditional homesteads, there was some distance between the houses. Not vast, but there was distance. How do we know when there was an earlier time when the distance wasn't really there? So if one house burnt, it was just as well as the next one burning. Whereas if there's some distance, there is an opportunity for rescue, there's an opportunity to prevent the fire from spreading. And remember, as we said earlier on, the material that is used for roofing in a time gone by was grass. Tender keg, that thing burns.
So houses in a homestead, of course, will be built close to one another.
They'll be close.
In one homestead.
Yes.
So what we're saying is when something bad happens to a home, it affects everybody.
It will affect everybody. Yes.
Bad news getting to a home affects everybody.
Believe me, the meanings you can derive from these proverbs are truly, truly many.
Houses built together,
burn
together.
Yes.
Brush your teeth twice a day with Aqua Fresh Gel, the secret to long-lasting fresh breath.
Okay, so
and gums.
Here are the opinion polls. The headline in the Standard this morning, neck and neck race opinion poll shows. The latest survey shows leading candidates are gaining popularity in each other's strongholds, with Raila eating into Ruto's Mount Kenya base and the DP slicing Odinga's lead in Nyanza and Western. The survey also shows more undecided voters are finally settling for their preferred candidate. This is quoting a study that was done by Tifa Research, and the founder and CEO of Tifa, Maggie Reri, joins us in the studio. Good morning, Maggie.
Good morning.
Welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation.
Thank you.
Welcome to the hot seat. How do you feel this morning? Are you well?
I'm happy it's hot because the weather out there is really cold.
It is. Eh?
Yes.
It's that time of the year when you just want to be indoors and not step out at all. This research that your organization released yesterday is basically showing some numbers. So, and we were looking at it earlier when we were reviewing the newspaper headlines and saying, okay. So it's showing some changes over the last couple of months. In February, for instance, William Ruto had 38% support, Raila Odinga 27%, and then there was undecided at 20%, and those who did not respond were at 11%. If we just go into May, Ruto's lead had cut down to 35%, Raila had gained from 27% to 39%, undecided had reduced from 20 to 15%, and the no responses were also reducing to 8%. Now, this latest one is showing 39% Ruto, 42% Raila, Wajakoya 4%, no response 4%, and undecided 10%. It's showing, like the headline in the paper is indicating here, there's a gain for both the leading contenders into each other's turf. Break down these figures for us, just so we can understand them better.
Let me start with William Ruto, and I want to go back as far back as last year, because what you're seeing is data for 2022. If I go back to last year, the beginning of last year, we were conducting polls every quarter. And if you look at the data consistently, William Ruto has remained at either between 34% and 39%. So even though, if you look at this now, it looks like he's gained, if you get an average, his average has actually been between the 30s. Now, if you look at Raila Odinga's support again from the last 1 year, when we started polling, he was initially at 8% and has consistently been growing over time. And I think what we are happy about as researchers is that the percentage of undecideds is going down and the people who are not responding is going down, because that will allow us to be able to estimate with a certain degree of accuracy the election outcome. But if I could just talk about the current figures now, we did this survey just after a month after the two main contenders named their running mates. that is Martha Karua and Gachagua. So what we see is that there seems to be some momentum that Raila Odinga got by naming Martha Karua as his running mate as compared to William Ruto naming Gachagua.
But that is one way of saying it. There's another way that you've also said that it appears as if there was no impact. Was that a question that you asked?
In terms of Martha Karua's name.
Yeah.
So
the choice of running mate, has it had an impact on your choice of presidential candidate?
Let's look at the data. If you look at the expectation from the public and the various political class, the expectation was that Martha Karua would attract the female vote. And even when she's going out on the campaign trail, she's always focusing on women issues and saying, yeah, ni mama, and so on. What our data is showing that consistently from last year, there's always been more males supporting Raila Odinga as compared to females. And even when Martha came on board, the gap has narrowed between the number of women and men supporting Raila Odinga, but there's still more males supporting Raila Odinga. So it goes back to what you're saying. What impact has Martha had? She's created a momentum in the campaign, but she seems to be, her and Raila seems to still be attracting more men than women.
So she hasn't, just to put it crudely, she hasn't stolen women from Ruto's support base.
She hasn't. And even if you look at Central or Mount Kenya, because we also compared what Raila had before in the last survey and the current one, there's been no change in the Central support or Mount Kenya support. So a lot of talk, but when you look at the data, we're seeing different things.
When you say there is no change, what do you mean?
Okay, so if you look at the Mount Kenya vote, if I'm not wrong, the support was in there about 24% in the last survey that we conducted. Right now, I'm not talking about Raila's support. Right now, the support is still in the 24%. So if she was who they're saying she is, able to bring the Mount Kenya vote and get people from Mount Kenya to vote for Raila Odinga, it has not happened.
What about the deputy president's vote? Is it also consistent, or has it increased? What has happened to it?
The deputy president has consistently been leading in Mount Kenya, but in this particular survey, we are seeing that his support levels in Mount Kenya has gone up slightly. So if you already had a majority in Central, the gains are there, but there's not too much gain you can get if you already had the majority. So what am I saying? So Rigathi, yes, was an advantage in Mount Kenya, but don't forget that William Ruto already had the support of the Mount Kenya. So whatever Rigathi has added in Mount Kenya could be a bit, but not that much.
What is it that determines the understanding that you have about the data that represents the support? What is it that you look for? What is it that you ask? And what selection of individuals do you, how dispassionate, how democratic is the selection of the individuals whom you poll? Of course, I'm going to ask what you also ask.
We don't select the respondents democratically. We select.
Is it random?
It is. Yeah, we select them scientifically, which is random. So what we do is that we look at the voter register in the country, and we identify the proportions of voters in each county, and we distribute the sample size proportionate to the voter register in each county. The other thing we've been looking at, which is not available in the voter register, is the ethnicity of the respondents. Because sometimes when you distribute the sample scientifically proportionate to the counties, you may find that in your sample, you could be over-indexing in some particular tribe. So what we do is we look at the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics data, and we then check our sample to confirm that even as we have sampled randomly, distributed the sample randomly, the ethnic breakdown of the sample is also national. And if there's any imbalance, there's something called weighting that is used to adjust the sample if necessary, especially on the ethnicity. Now, when we then identify the sample, we call respondents randomly. We have a database of respondents, and we can tell this respondent was recruited when he was living in a particular county, ward, and etc., and we call them, and we confirm that they still live there. we confirm whether they're registered voters, and then we ask them the questions in terms of their voting intentions. And also what we do is that we tell them, you don't have to participate if you don't want to participate. So you may find that maybe for every successful interview we do, we may have to call about 5 to 7 people before we get to a successful interview.
And what percentage do you attribute to bias, and what percentage do you attribute to simply non-compliance with what it is that you're asking?
You see, the way that our researchers are trained, it's a very interactive discussion. So we normally start on general issues. The big questions are asked at the end. So the role of the researcher is to make the respondent feel comfortable, and always telling them, if you want to drop out of the call, it's okay. Still as malize. So by making them feel comfortable, we make them feel at ease to be able to give proper answers. Now, when we get to the main question, if a respondent, we ask them, if elections are to be held today, who do you vote for as president? And we keep quiet. No prompting, no bias. And they give us the answer. If we feel that there's a hesitation, we ask them, mbona una hesitate? And they can tell us, I've not decided, and maybe I don't have a response. And we don't put them under pressure. Now, by not putting them under pressure, we are making sure that we're able to get their perspectives. Now, towards the end of the interview, we ask them, now that you've come towards the end of the interview, is there anything else you'd like to say? And you find some people saying, kuna ile swali sikujibu hapo awali, let me then give you feedback. So by doing that, we are doing what called professional interviews, and we are asking questions in such a way that I don't put the respondents under pressure.
Do you take into account the factor that when people are called upon to give a response to a stranger, that they are more likely to tell you what they think you want to hear, as opposed to telling you what you really think? Question number one. Question number two, do you have situations where you have polled and then looked at the results of the actual election and juxtaposed the two, what people told us and how the voting patterns then panned out?
So in terms of the first question, do people then, we call people, do they tell us what we want to hear? The answer is no. In fact, what we are finding, and here I just want to be very, very objective. If I do a face-to-face interview and I do a telephonic interview, the difference is that we have more undecideds in the telephonic as compared to the face-to-face. Because when I meet you face-to-face, there's that rapport, trusting somebody and all that. So the difference here is not that they lie. They say, sijaamua. Now, our intention, therefore, is at least in this month, we need to do a face-to-face survey so that we can see whether these undecideds will actually go down further. So that's the situation we are in. Now, are there instances where we said, okay, we did a survey, let's go back and compare what the outcome was? We did. And I don't know whether I shared it in this on air here, but I remember we had a poll for presidential, and we kept on showing that Kalonzo Musyoka, I think it was in 2007 election, Kalonzo Musyoka was at 10%, 10%, 10%. After the election, we went down to Eastern Machakos and Kitui, and we asked people, did you see the opinion polls that were being published by our company? They said yes. What percentage were we giving, or was the poll giving Kalonzo Musyoka? Around 9 to 10%. Did that affect how you were voting? They said no. We actually decided to vote for him, and as you know, he got about 11%, and it's that season where Kibaki invited him into a handshake and he became vice president, and they were very proud of what they did. So I feel that Kenyans have gotten to a point where they say, I want to give my opinion, and I hope it will get into the survey, it will get published, and at least my candidate will be doing well.
But did it apply in that same election? Did it apply to the other candidates? Did you get the same result at the end for Raila and for Kibaki?
That is a very good question.
She is doing what some of her respondents have done. She has hesitated.
Mbona hesitates?
So this one, I will say we've done polls. Let me start. There are some we've done we've done 2 polls that we predicted accurately, and then I'll talk about some that were not very accurate.
Okay.
So if you remember the constitutional review, the referendum elections,
2010.
Yes, both of them actually.
2005 and 2010.
Yes. So we did a survey, and we were able to predict the outcome accurately. And when we compared what we predicted a few weeks before the referendums and after, it was very accurate. And we walked away saying, you know what, that was fantastic. Now, when it came to some of these elections, we have published polls consistently showing that one person was going to win. And I think for this particular instance, it was Raila Odinga. But when the election outcome came, the results were different. And I would like to say with a lot of caution, because I do not want to criticize the IEBC, I think in some of these elections, there's what the opinion polls show you, and sometimes the elections are marred with issues, system issues, technology issues, people not finding their names in the voter register, and many, many other things that I don't want to get into details. So although we try our best to estimate the outcome, sometimes kwa ground vitu ni different. Things may not work out as well as they could. And then finally, there's the issue of voter turnout. Voter turnout is very, very critical because we assume when we're doing our data, we assume that these are the results. We don't factor in.
You assume 100% turnout.
Exactly. We don't factor in the voter turnout. Now, if you look at the voter turnout, especially, I'm going to talk about one particular region, the coast. In those elections, we always want that Raila was ahead. But the voter turnout at the coast is always shocking. So you're doing very well at the coast, but if your voter turnout is in the 60s and the 50s, for sure, your numbers will be suppressed. So there's science, there's IBC, and then there's also the voter turnout.
Then don't you also factor in, looking historically in the last elections, X number of elections, this was the average voter turnout, and then also in your research, you factor that in?
We do, but also we don't factor in the ability of leaders to mobilize. We've seen fluctuations by region in terms of voter turnout. So in this particular, for instance, let me give you an example. If you look at the last election, the turnout in Mount Kenya was very high. Do you know what we're seeing now? We're seeing that the voter turnout is likely to be lower than it has been.
How much lower?
So we're showing around about 75% intended voter turnout. Intended. And usually whatever people intend ends up being higher than what actually happens.
Okay.
So
intended here is coming from a direct question of do you intend to vote this year?
Yes.
Are you a registered voter? Yes. Do you intend to come out and vote?
Yes.
Sijiski.
Yes.
And that also now indicates. So what is the current poll showing in terms of intended voter turnout?
For the whole country?
Yes.
So definitely will vote. There is definitely and probably, but let's look at the definitely. Definitely will vote. We're getting 70% total. If I look at Mount Kenya, we're seeing 69%. If you look at the coast, 57% intention to vote.
Whoa.
If you look at...
and this is definitely?
Definitely, yes. So when you factor in those variations, in the last election, the voter turnout at the coast was at 64%. Now, definitely vote is at 57%. And these numbers, by the time you get to the election, they could change. So I think it's the onus on the candidates, whether they're running for governor, senator, even presidential, getting their voters to get out and vote is very, very critical.
Are you able to pick out why the people who say probably or no, what influences them?
At the moment, we don't have that information in terms of why is it a probability, why is it a definite, and perhaps that's something we can investigate moving forward as we get closer to the election.
Because the 70% voter turnout of the 22 million, how would we compare with the last election? What was the voter turnout in 2017?
I think it was in the 70s. I'm not very sure about that.
Yeah.
Maybe you guys would know the figure. I don't have that figure.
It's something around that figure of 70% voter turnout.
I actually have it on my computer.
It means that we are basically dealing with about the same kind of percentage of voter turnout. Of course, not the same number because the registered voters are now more.
Yes, so that 70% will represent a greater number.
Yes, but you see, in an election, it is the proportion that you get. You're supposed to get 50% plus one of
whatever.
Yeah. So it's the votes cast. And then also the other thing we are also seeing, just sorry to interrupt you, is that amongst the 18 to 24, the intention to vote is also lower. Again, if you look at and I know IBC has said that their registration amongst that target group was not very high, but proportionate in terms of the population.
They shouldn't say it wasn't very high. They shouldn't use the word high with the reference to that it was low.
It wasn't very high. I don't know.
Nini, it was low. It's not that, not very high.
Out of about 4 million people who got IDs in the last 4 years, only about 2 million registered as voters. Right? And that then indicates there's an issue. Actually, out of a target of 6 million people who should have, who qualified to register as voters this time.
A third.
Only about 2 million registered as voters. There's an issue. 29 after 8. Let's take a quick break, right? We have Maggie Ireri with us in the studio. Maggie is the founder and CEO.
Be efficient. Everyone wants to be able to have information at their fingertips. Problem is, most times that information is all over the place. Now, Pocket by Mozilla now saves you that entire headache because everything in that app represents you being able to actually put the information and the details that you require in one place, and you can access it at the time that you want. Yes. As I call it, a mobile office.
You said it's a mobile office.
It's a mobile office.
It's your organizer.
Yes.
Shows you how you can consume your content from wherever you are, however you are. Maggie, even if you're on a flight, you can actually access the content on Pocket offline. And it's all. It's audio, it's visual, it's text.
Yeah, interesting.
Download it today. If you have Android, it's on the Play Store. If you have iOS, it's on App Store. Time for a break. We'll be back shortly. It's 8:30.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Standard Group's Farm Kenya initiative is the umbrella entity for all agriculture-related channels, activities and investments. The media platforms under the Farm Kenya initiative include the Smart Harvest Weekly Pullout in the Saturday Standard, KTN Farmers TV, a 24-hour agribusiness TV station, Maisha Kilimo, a weekly agriculture show on Radio Maisha, AgriTalk on SpiceFM's morning show The Situation Room, and Grind na Agribiz on Vibes Radio morning show Morning Vibes. Find us online at www.farmers.co.ke, an integrated website that creates and aggregates agri-content, hosts a digital marketplace, and wide range of agri-data. Other platforms include specialized events such as the annual Mkulima Expo, quarterly Farmers Kenya Breakfast, and dedicated social media platforms at Farm Kenya 254. Farm Kenya, working to secure your growth.
Okay, how is it going to look like in Nairobi? It is cold. Temperatures of 14 degrees in Nairobi today and light rains. Light rains in Mombasa as well. 22 degrees are the lows. In Malindi, rain showers. Lows of 23. Nakuru City, cloudy day at 13. Kisumu, clear skies at 18. If we go to Kakamega, light rains at 14, and in Eldoret, light rains as well as 16. Kampala, Uganda, mostly clear at 27. Dar es Salaam, clear skies at 29. Johannesburg, clear skies at 18. Kinshasa, clear skies at 30. Lagos, Nigeria, rain showers at 28. And in New York, they're waking up to clear skies at 28. London, light rains at 30. Beijing, rain at 26. And Paris, clear skies at 33. It is really bad for people on Thika Road this morning. It is bad because it stretches all the way to Garden City, around Garden City Mall, into that dip as you come towards the Outer Ring Junction, all the way to Pangani in Nairobi. Kiambu Road is clearing, so that may mean that also Thika Superhighway will start clearing. Jogoo Road is still bad all the way from Outer Ring Junction to City Stadium to Landis Road and into the CBD all the way to Railways. Langata Road is still looking very bad because it stretches beyond the Southern Bypass into Wilson Airport, into T-Mall, coming down all the way into Bunyala Road roundabout. it's bad. Mombasa Road is not so bad. In fact, Mombasa Road nowadays, we don't even look at it in terms of traffic. Westlands, there's an issue just around Westlands, but it is on the way to town. This is around Westlands stage. You know what happens there. There's no stage, and people have got to board and alight the matatus as they get into the Westland itself. So there's an issue as you approach that route. Anything else that we need to talk about and alert everybody else about, please let us know, and we shall do so. At SpiceFM KE is our Twitter handle.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah.
You're listening to Spice FM. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
We're back on air at 26 minutes to 9. Maggie Ireri, founder and CEO of Tifa Research, is here with us in the studio. We are live on Spice FM around the country. We are on Spice FM KE, YouTube and Facebook around the world. We are live on KTN Home, and we are also live on KTN News. This is the Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. Maggie, before we went to the break, we're looking at the probable voter turnout in this election. Let's look back again, and you found the figures. 2013 voter turnout, 2017 turnout.
So 2013 voter turnout was 85.9%. 2017 was 78%, and that was for round one. Let's not talk about the round two election. And then if you look at the 2002 election that got Kibaki in, the turnout was 57%.
Whoa.
So when you're talking about a probability of about 70%, as in will definitely vote, that's pretty okay compared to the historical perspective. In terms
70 is those who have said, I will definitely vote.
Yes.
And then there's a percentage who said, I may probably vote.
Yes.
Probably, what was the percentage?
That was 13%.
Okay.
Probably.
Okay. So, is it okay to combine those two?
You can.
70 plus 13 and going to 83% probable.
Depends whether you see the glass as half full or half
definitely
empty.
Probable turnout of 80% and above.
Do you ever figure out why it is the probables are probable and why
they're not likely are not likely?
We can only imply. We can only basically infer from the
Extrapolate,
data.
yes.
Yeah. So when we look at some of the people, they're saying they've not decided who they'll vote for, and they're still waiting to hear more from the candidates in terms of enabling them to get out and vote. And then there's also a small percentage who have concerns about whether the election will be free and fair. So that makes them say either will not vote or probably.
Of these reasons, which reason have you found to take the pole position? Which one stands out? The reasons that people give.
So if you look at the last election, the last poll we did around May, the issue was waiting for the candidates' manifestos to be launched. That has happened. Now we're talking about the ability to see that the election will be free and fair, and that percentage is not very high. It's a small percentage.
Why I ask the question is because I wonder, do we actually vote for those reasons that people tell you that they are undecided for?
Or like the manifestos?
Yes.
That's a good question because people purport to have logical reasons for voting for candidates, but then when they go to the ballot box, the reasons they vote are illogical. So
There's reason behind it. You see, that's why I asked the initial question about whether we can determinedly say that what people respond to when you call them represents what they will actually do. That's why I asked. But you cannot argue with data. Okay? I mean, you can try if you want to, but data speaks volumes. Because if what your respondents told you was their thoughts on these matters and it represents the actual outcome and you can see there's correlation, then you can't argue with it. But then, do we know how many of those who indicated that they were undecided or were thinking about it, how many of them actually cross over? Because in this election, it seems the number seems to be significant. Significant to the point where if they shift, they could actually make a big change.
If the undecideds are below the margin of error, because our data is plus or minus 2.7% margin of error. If the undecideds are below, then you can say, you know what, we know how we can predict this election accurately based on the opinion.
But this one we can't.
This one we can't. And there's no way of telling how the undecideds will vote. We don't know whether there's going to be something major that will happen between now and the election date that could shift.
Which is 27 days away.
Exactly. Anything could happen.
Maggie, is there anything major that has happened between February and June? February, the undecideds were 20%. It's half of that now.
The main thing that has happened is naming of the running mates and the coming up with the manifestos. Those are the main things that have happened.
But
And
have they shifted those who are undecided into making a decision?
yes, they are increasingly. And I'm not saying those are the only two factors. There could be others, but those are the two major factors that we see.
And
So if I can give you an example,
Yes. Yep.
When just before the running mates were named, quite a number of people were saying they were undecided. So when we did a poll and we asked people, were you undecided before? And some of them would say, yes, we are. What has made you decide? It's a running mates. And I'm not saying it was, they told us who was better,
Yeah.
but they're saying that now that it's clear how the ticket will be, then they can make a decision.
Okay. So then there has been an impact on Martha Karua's choice as running mate.
In ensuring, and I would like to say both.
Because I'm saying, okay, yeah, go ahead.
I'd like to say both in making people decide. They've converted the undecideds. I'm not saying it's one of the running mates.
Okay.
Yes.
But then, if you look at the other figures, so if Raila was at 27% in February and is now at 42%, and the undecideds have gone down by 10%, then you can say, okay, one of the reasons would be maybe the figures are coming from somewhere. He's 27 to 42 must be coming from somewhere. It's either coming from the undecideds, those that did not give a response, or those that were for the other candidates, which was none in February, or those that were in William Ruto, who has dropped from, who has actually increased from 38 in February to 39 in June.
So what that means
So it's undecided.
somebody has harvested,
and no response.
Somebody has harvested more than the other from the undecided and the response. It seems to be the Raila camp because there's a 15% jump. But so has the deputy president because his numbers have also increased. The fundamental difference is that the former prime minister has gathered more. So how then do you say that the appointment of the running mates has not
had an impact on his ticket?
Okay. Okay. So what we're saying, the appointment of his running mate, of course, has an advantage. But also what you're seeing is poaching. As in, there's a certain percentage of respondents who have moved from one presidential candidate to another, a certain amount. So we cannot say 100% it's because of the running mate. And these things could continue. You may find that today somebody, and I'm not saying it's a majority, a minority may say, today I'm supporting candidate A. After a few weeks, they change, depending on some of the things that are happening in the campaign trail.
Something which I consider interesting to the point of being concerning, the low turnout at something like the coast. The 57% you speak of is representative of registered voters. Okay, do you take the time to find out why it is that there is a low turnout?
Low definite intention to turn out.
Yes.
You see, I think I talked about this. It's the perception whether the election will be fair and fair.
On Tuesday mornings, I'm a bit slow. So please repeat.
Especially after a long weekend.
Yes.
Yeah, so it's an issue of perception. Perceptions that the elections may not be fair and fair. And I'm not saying it's a big percentage. Perception that perhaps there are some things that have been happening on the campaign trail that are making them change their mind or become concerned about the elections. And also what we see, and here I'm going to get some insights from the data, we find that the intention to vote is lower amongst women as compared to men. So does that mean that women are going to be bogged down in the house doing household issues, taking care of kids, as compared to men? Or do women don't want to go to and queue? Or is there going to be possible chaos at the polling stations? So we find more women have a lower intention to get out and vote. Then the other category that has a low intention to get out and vote, even though they're registered, are the youth.
So it could be 35 and below.
Yes, there could be apathy, perhaps. I mean, I'm registered, but maybe I may not end up
exercising their rights.
Exactly.
Could it be indicative that the candidates, none of the campaigns seems to be addressing the issues that matter to these people? If you look at that 57% intention to vote in the coast is not good. If you compare with the other regions, say 69% in Mount Kenya, which you say that already is like a lower intention to vote compared to the other elections. If you compare to, say, Nairobi and Nyanza and Western, and say like the Central Rift or the North Rift, there's a huge disparity here in terms of those who intend to come out and vote in the coast. What would be the reason? Beyond that, could it also be that they don't feel that the candidates are addressing the issues that really matter to them?
And also, just to add on to that, historically, the coast has always had a lower voter turnout, even in the last election. And I agree with you, it could be that maybe none of the candidates has addressed their issues to a certain extent that they feel compelled to turn out and vote. One of the issues at the coast is a land issue that has been going on for many, many years. Presidential candidates promise to sort out the issues, but it doesn't. And I think you saw that in the last, when Raila Odinga was naming part of his lineup, he named Hassan Joho as a person who will be the potential cabinet secretary of lands. But in spite of that, we're still seeing that the voter turnout is low. So I agree with you that there is something that none of the two are doing that is compelling the people at the coast to turn out, in spite of all the effort that they've done. You see a lot of campaign activities at the coast, a lot of things happening, but...
Let me ask the question. Just like they could be individual candidates who spur the electorate to want to vote, is it possible that the voter turnout intention can be dampened by individuals as well? Meaning, this one people don't like. Or if this is the person...
an inspirational candidate.
Completely uninspiring. That's why I'm referring to dampening, because someone says, if this is what we're going for, forget it. I'd rather not bother.
Perhaps, but also let me also give you another example. Assuming, and this is assuming Sonko is not allowed to run in Mombasa, and the person who will be the ODM flag bearer will be Abdul Samad, isn't it?
Yep.
The next person, I don't even know the number 3 in terms of competing with him. If he is given that, if he's the only person running on that ballot box,
this is Hassan Omar of UDA.
Yes, but in terms of our polls, he's not showing that he doesn't even get above 10%.
Dr. Kingi of PAR.
Who doesn't get above 10%?
Hassan Omar.
He doesn't get above 10%.
And Kingi. So what you have is the last time we did a poll, it's either the two, not Hassan Omar, Abdul Samad or Sonko. If Sonko doesn't run, it will be so obvious that the next governor is going to be Abdul Samad. So the question is, will he campaign for himself as much? Will he campaign for the party as much? Because if a ticket is already given, then the campaign activity ends up being not as competitive as before. And that could dampen the voter turnout. This is just a hypothesis.
Oh, no. Let's go with the hypothesis.
There's Owiti of which party? And he's a former MP of Nyeri. He knows how to campaign. So all these are not showing up in the polls.
They're not.
Aye.
Yeah.
They are two horses.
So are you saying that this is party affiliation? Because really, the individuals may not even be known, but the party has had a historical position.
The party has been dominant in, let's say, I'm talking about Mombasa. ODM is dominant in Mombasa. Azimio is also now dominant in Mombasa.
Are they?
Yes, we have polls showing that. Now,
how dominant?
I would have to check, but if you compare the
Azimio as a coalition.
Okay, let's talk about the support for Abdul Samad and Sonko. The difference is about 15%, which is quite high. So Sonko is in the 20s, Abdul Samad must be in the 40s. Now, if you combine Abdul Samad and Sonko, both of them are in Azimio. Yeah, aren't they? They're parties. So you combine them. So assuming Sonko is not there, of course, most of the support will go to Abdul Samad.
So we assume.
So yes, I'm saying this is a hypothesis.
I understand.
And most of these presidential candidates are depending on their people on the ground to campaign for them. Let me give you another example. Nairobi, we did a poll in Nairobi, and the person who is leading is Sakaja in the poll. But in terms of the party that is leading in Nairobi is Azimio. So you find that Sakaja is also attracting many more people from out of his party. Now, you begin to ask yourself the question, when he's campaigning, is he campaigning for himself only? Does he campaign for the party? Does he campaign for the presidency? And will that motivate people to turnout. I feel that where there's high competition, where the stakes are high, voter turnout will
Voter
be high.
turnout is higher.
Where the stakes are low, let's wait for a lower voter turnout.
So Kericho may be different because we already have woman candidates.
Governor seems to be a sure thing.
Yeah.
Yes, it could be. And that's why eventually towards the end of the election, you see, and this, I'm talking about the last election,
Yep.
you find that the presidential candidates coin an emotional issue that will get you to wake up in the morning and vote. And it's not a logical issue that it's a manifestos or etc. At the end of it all, there has to be an emotional push to get guys to turn out and vote.
You know, that Mombasa race is an interesting one because, see, Sonko is one of these he's an enigma of sorts. The pull that Sonko seems to have with the electorate is something that one could argue even defies logic, and yet it actually doesn't. He seems to be one of these politicians who seems to have understood the fundamental and basic needs that most people have. If you look at the way he goes about physically campaigning, what he does, it's something that people look at. He solves an immediate problem, and as far as they're concerned, that's good enough. Which tells me that he has understood that the majority of people who vote in this country they're not interested in the future. This future that people keep talking about, oh, we'll do this in the future, we'll do this in the future. No. They want someone who's going to solve the problem that they have currently.
Which is?
Yes, and if you can solve it, then they feel, this guy gets it.
Or maybe they want someone who can walk into the future with them from today.
Walk into by resonating with the present and showing that you understand their present.
Handhold me today and we walk together. Don't tell me I'm
going to do this.
There is the future. You cross the river.
I'm waiting for you on the other side.
I'm waiting for you on the other side. Wajakoya, Maggie. So Wajakoya was not showing in February. Wajakoya is showing in June. What's the percentage?
His percentage is 4%.
So 4%. So the Standard has done a story. If we are to assume 100% voter turnout, 22.1 million voters, 880,000 votes. Okay. Now, what does that mean? When you look at this, of course, it's coming from the undecided. As you said, also poaching from the other candidates. If you look at the demographic, are you able to tell what demographic is saying that I would vote for Wajakoya?
Yeah. So if you look at the demographics that is intending to vote for Wajakoya. So we've categorized the sample by 18 to 34, that is a youth, and 35 plus. Wajakoya support, although it's small, the support amongst the youth is 3 times higher than the support he has from the people aged 35 plus. So you can already see who he's attracting. And you remember, this is a group that did not register. Okay, not many of them, as many registered as voters. And for some reason, their intention to vote is lower, but he's attracting that category of respondents and voters rather. And then what we did, I just before I came to here, I removed the undecideds from the sample, and then I removed the non-responses from the sample, and then I recalculated the presidential race. So if you remove that, Raila Odinga would have 49%, William Ruto would have 46%, Wajakoya would have 5%. If you extrapolate that to the population, or the voter population, Wajakoya could easily end up with 1 million votes.
With 1 million plus votes.
Which is higher than what Peter Kenneth has ever gotten, Martha Karua when they were running for presidential candidates. He might be your handshake guy now.
Okay. So if we are to look at this, then nobody has crossed the 50% mark.
No.
Okay. If we remove the undecideds and all, like you've recalculated, it's 49% for Raila and what for Ruto?
46.
46 for Ruto.
Yes, and 5%.
And 5% for Wajakoya.
Yes.
So if Raila could eat into Ruto or Wajakoya's numbers, he'd cross over into 50. If he can't, then it would mean that we have to go into a runoff and someone has to sit Wajakoya down and have a conversation.
Yes. But and if you look at the way Wajakoya has been speaking, who do you think he's likely to be listening to, assuming there's a runoff between Ruto and Raila? He's already leaning towards one side.
What you're saying, beyond listening to himself, who else will he listen to?
He's already declared in the public rallies.
Yes, several times.
How he'd work, who he'd work with, and all. But is he saying that based on where he's going, the regions that he visited, For example, when he was in that region, which is a stronghold of Raila Odinga's, of course he had to speak. If you vote for me, I'll still work with.
He's a politician.
I'll still work with. I mean, he's not that to be an enemy. We are friends. I mean, I could work with him. If he went to maybe Central Rift, he'd speak the other way and say the same thing. William Ruto is a good man. I know him very well. We can work together. In fact, I can even be his lawyer.
There's something that I'd like to ask. In the work that you've done, have you had surprises? Meaning, your polls tell you this, and then come election day, something completely different happens, and you wonder, how come we didn't see that? And of course, chances are you couldn't have.
Yes, we've had that. I remember the by-election where Faisal, is it Msambweni? Yeah, which was Msambweni.
Yeah.
In our poll, we did predict that the ODM candidate, I can't remember his name, would win against Faisal. And we did publish a poll. Even one of the media houses...
I think it was Boga.
Yes, Boga, thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, so also one of the media houses did do a poll, and our polls are consistently showing that Boga was going to win. But what happened on that, what I hear happened, because I don't have evidence, the voter turnout was very poor, especially in the areas that were stronger for ODM. Then the other issue was that there was an emotional issue that was coined that made people concerned about voting for Boga. And when people turned out, they really voted for Faisal. So there are those surprises. That's what I'm saying. We do predict. And by the law says that the last poll they publish cannot be, has to be at least on the 6th day, because we need to leave 5 days before the election. So we publish a poll, let's say on the 3rd of August.
3rd of August.
As an example.
It's the final day that you can publish a poll.
Don't forget that you've taken another 2 to 3 or 4 days to collect the data.
Prior
so
to that.
Add that. We end up having like over 10 to 11 days.
So next week is when you're doing your next poll.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So anything can happen. Anything can happen.
Between now and then.
Yes.
I've just done the math again. If we were to go with that probable definition, okay, not probable, but those who have said definitely will turn out to vote at 70%. 70% of the 22 million voters would be about 15.5 million. If we then look at Wajakoya as 4%, it's about 618,000 voters.
Yeah.
That's more than Musalia Mudavadi got at number 3 in 2013.
Exactly. And Musalia is a very seasoned politician.
It's interesting. But
bad probability.
Even as we head towards the end of this, there's something I'd like to throw at you, just for consideration. Science tells us one thing, that the decisions that human beings make through logic represents 20% of the decisions they make, and emotions 80%. So
I agree with you 300%.
Yes.
Emotionally,
yes. So the likelihood of there being a change, well, it's still out there. Because depending, as you say correctly, someone coins something emotional that appeals to people, you can see a shift like you've never seen. Either way.
And these things turn in a weekend, and
it's turned.
Like you're saying in Msambweni. It affected turnout, it affected the choice.
Yes, it did.
Yeah. Any rumors, insinuations, things that will make people panic.
Kiambu will talk about that.
Yes.
Yes.
In 2017.
Kabogo's candidate just went down the drain because of a rumor.
Yes.
Over one weekend, and that was it.
And
it
you're done.
Catches fire, and you're done. And the candidates, of course, they're politicians. They know this.
Yes. Yeah.
They know how to time so that you have the maximum impact. It's like the kick by Gabriel Selassie. You know this is it. Am I going to kick at 100 or at 80 or at 150? Depending on who your opponent is. It's a good one. Maggie, thank you very much for joining us today. So the next one, are you doing a final poll before the election?
Would like to do 2.
2 before the...
so one will be definitely face-to-face, because remember I told you that we want to see whether the undecideds can go down. And then one last one just before the election.
Who finances these polls?
We have what you call an omnibus approach. So you have one questionnaire, and then Tifa has like 10 questions on the poll, and then we get people who would like to survey to load questions. I must say that in the last survey, the Standard Media Group did load 10 questions and pay for them. So we then gave Standard Group those questions and separate from others and other clients. So most of the people who end up loading questions on our surveys are mainly academicians, media houses, and so on.
Okay.
Yes.
Not political parties, not the campaigns.
Rarely. And what happens is that even if a campaign asks us to load questions, they would only load questions separate and not connected to the presidential ones, because the presidential ones are ours.
Okay.
We want to avail that to the general public.
Okay. Maggie Nyeri is the founder and CEO of Trends and Insights for Africa. That's Tifa Research. We've been talking about this latest poll that they released yesterday and what it means and the implications of it in the remaining days to the general election. Thank you for joining us, Maggie.
Thank you for having me.
Keep it here for more conversations. In the next hour, we analyze last night's gubernatorial debate for Nairobi. We'll be joined by Philip Kisye, a former town clerk of Nairobi City County. No, then it was Nairobi County. No, Nairobi County Council. And yes, that was what it was then, right? And Ben Omolo, who is the head of strategy at Standard Media Group Limited. Keep it here for that and more. And also, we'll open up the phone lines for a bit to hear what you think of the performance of the candidates that appeared for their debate last evening. A very good morning to you, 9 a.m.
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Machakos Governor Alfred Mutua has dismissed a newly published opinion poll giving Azimio presidential candidate Raila Odinga a 3-point lead over Kenya Kwanza's William Ruto. Mutua, who is among party chiefs who founded the Azimio coalition before ditching the outfit alongside his Kilifi counterpart Amason Kingi, said the polls were part of a scheme to engineer a plan to reject the outcome of the August 9th presidential election. He claimed Odinga's coalition was planning to twist Ruto into forming a coalition government after contesting the outcome. Mutua said the Ruto-led alliance was confident of clinching the presidency without a rerun by attaining the constitutional threshold of 50% plus one votes cast. The study conducted by Trends and Insights for Africa reported a 3-point gap between the two top contenders for the presidential election, placing Azimio presidential candidate Raila Odinga at 42% ahead of William Ruto. At 39%, the poll released yesterday projected the proportion of undecided voters at 10%, with Roots Party presidential candidate George Ojakoya, who gained significantly from Odinga's spy, according to the poll, increasing his popularity index to 4%. This as Tifa CEO Maggie Nyeri from Tifa told SpiceFM that the naming of running mates had a major effect on how Kenyans will vote.
The main thing that has happened is naming of the running mates and the coming up with the manifestos. Those are the main things that have happened.
And have they shifted those who are undecided into making a decision?
Yes, they are increasingly. And I'm not saying those are the only two factors. There could be others, but those are the two major factors that we see. So if I could give you an example, when just before the running mates were named, quite a number of people were saying they were undecided. So when we did a poll and we asked people, were you undecided before? And some of them would say, yes, we were. What has made you decide? It's a running mates. And I'm not saying they told us who was better, but I think that not only it's clear how the ticket will be, then they can make a decision.
Chief Justice Martha Koome has given a commitment that all pending election cases before various courts will be concluded by Friday. Koome made the declaration following a meeting with judiciary leadership team on Monday. The declaration by the CJ comes days after the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission said it may be forced to suspend elections in areas with pending court cases. The Commission's chairperson, Wafula Chebukati, pointed out that delay in finalizing the 31 disputed cases pending in courts might affect critical processes, which will in turn compromise the conduct of the exercise. Now, the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission has refuted claims of bias in the fight against corruption. The anti-graft body defended its track record, stating that it had undertaken its work with objectivity and impartiality, with no regard to anyone's political or other affiliations. In an interactive session with Kenyans on Twitter as part of activities to mark Africa Anti-Corruption Day, EACC said the allegations lacked merit while referring to high-profile cases it has handled. The commission, which also held a public lecture and panel discussions by anti-corruption experts, instead turned up the heat on Kenyans for doing nothing to prevent the vice. With the general election around the corner, Kenyans were in the spotlight for abating corruption by electing leaders without integrity, with studies showing that over 70% of Kenyans who encounter corruption do nothing towards preventing it. The National Transport and Safety Authority has published proposed fees for all motorists who own vehicles older than 4 years since their manufacture date. In the document opened for public participation, the authority notes that as part of the newly effected Traffic Amendment Act 2022, motorists will be expected to hold an inspection certificate renewable every 2 years. NTSA said the exercise will be held in conjunction with certified private inspection centers that meet the standards of the authority. In the proposed fees, owners of motorcycles and three-wheelers will part with 500 shillings inspection fees every 2 years. Those who own vehicles below 3,000 cc's will be charged 2,000 shillings each. Vehicles above 3,000 cc's, the owners will foot 2,500 shillings. Trailers under 5 tons will pay 2,000 shillings and trailers above 5 tons 2,500 shillings, while inspection of heavy commercial vehicles less than 5 tons will cost 3,000 shillings. The public is expected to give their views and comments on the draft regulations before it is subjected to various legal processes and adopt in line with the requirements of public participation as provided for in the Constitution. And the Kenya Urban Roads Authority Director General Silas Kinoti has backed the use of vertical drains to provide an alternative route through which poor water can be drained rapidly, hence improving the overall stability of the embankment in the quest to achieve sustainable management of urban roads infrastructure. Kinoti, renowned engineer, said draining underground structures is an integral part of the lining systems as it prevents water penetration and development of hydrostatic pressure, hence playing a fundamental role in the provision of road infrastructure in the urban areas. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Asseto. Good morning.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
So I told you about what's happening on Thika Superhighway this morning. It's crazy. It's been crazy for a while. It's starting to improve because Kiambu Road has started to improve, but it's still stretching all the way back into Allsops. This is not a good signal to talk to about this early morning. Langata Road has also been very, very busy heading towards Timor roundabout. It's still stretching all the way into the southern bypass area, coming into Wilson Airport and down into Timor and down into Langata Road, down into Aerodrome Road. It's now called Wakihori Road, isn't it? Into Bunyala Road roundabout. Jogoo Road has been bad from the Outer Ring Junction into Jogoo Road, all the way to City Stadium roundabout, into Landis Road and into Haile Selassie Avenue within town to Moi Avenue Junction. So Kiambu Road now was a bit better, but it's come back into issues. So Kiambu Road again stretches close to the Kenya Pipeline estate near the DCI. But the rest of the roads are not looking so bad. If there's anything that we ought to talk about, please let us know and we can alert everybody else. SpiceFM KE.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes
It's
in
8
punching
minutes
up,
after
not
9.
down.
We're still live on
This is the
SpiceFM, and the
Situation Room.
conversation is live on YouTube and Facebook. We are now going to talk about last night's gubernatorial debates in Nairobi. It took place at the Catholic University of Eastern Africa, and it brought together several candidates. There were 2 different debates, all for Nairobi, both for Nairobi County. To talk about that, we have 2 guests, but before we introduce them, let's hear the day's Proverb City.
Good morning, boys and girls.
The proverb of the day is brought to you by Aquafresh Fresh Gel.
This is our last proverb from the Kingdom of Lesotho. Houses built together burn together.
Houses built together burn together.
Mm-hmm.
Ben Omolo, Chief Officer, Operations and Strategy at Standard Group. Good morning.
Good morning.
When you hear this one from the Basotho, what do you think they're saying?
Well, they're saying if you're joined at the hip, you'll either float or sink together.
Actually, that's a good one. If you're joined at the hip, you'll either float or sink together.
Yeah.
That's the message.
That's the message.
Choose your company well.
Choose your company well.
And wisely.
And wisely. Yes.
Choose your company well. Choose your company wisely.
Brush your teeth twice a day with Aquafresh Fresh Gel, the secret to long-lasting fresh.
All right.
breath, strong
So the
teeth,
conversation I'm
and
going to
healthy
have with Ben Omolo and Philip Kisia when he gets here is, Ben.
Yes.
People miss this turn at Standard Group.
Yeah. I hope he has not gotten himself to Mlolongo.
Maybe it's the same thing that has happened again this morning.
He's arrived.
He's
Oh,
arrived.
he's here. Okay, he'll tell us. Maybe that's what had happened to him.
Yeah.
But I was actually driving in this morning and asked myself, is there enough sufficient signage to tell you that you have arrived at Standard Media Group?
No.
I'll tell you, City, yes. The gate is imposing and it's written Standard Media Group. 1.
So you need to be in front of it for it to be imposing.
There's a signboard at the gate.
That microscopic signboard.
Yes. That has a newspaper and it's written Standard Media Group. There's a giant double billboard
Where?
at the wall of Standard Group.
But it's past the gate.
It's just past the gate.
How useful is that?
It shows you everything. I mean, it's KTN. There are 3 signages that tell you.
If you're walking,
we
yes.
have the most signages of any building along this road.
If you're walking, yes. And do all these buildings have the sort of visitors we have on a daily basis who come at the hours when we expect them to come?
Yeah, there are people who come in the morning at 8 to those BBS.
Then how do they miss that signage?
But I think it's something which we need to address.
Yeah.
Because several people have been passing it. So we need to address and see how to improve it.
You know the standard solution, Ben?
Yeah.
Bumps.
Yeah.
Put bumps before standard.
You slow down.
So everybody slows down.
And you will see it.
And finds out where am I.
Yes. And everybody will slow down and know, okay, so this is where I am. Yeah. Oh, yes.
People who regularly go to the airport, you may not know this, but the way the mind works, you get on this road, you're thinking of airport.
Yes.
Yeah.
It suddenly hits you. I was supposed to turn here, and you've actually passed.
It's automatic for you. Philip Kisia, former town clerk in Nairobi. Good morning.
Good morning to you. How are you?
Very well. Thanks for joining us. Welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation.
Thank you.
We were just debating, did Philip miss the turn?
Not exactly. I think my driver just took a wrong route while I was on phone. So
where did he take you? Industrial area?
Somewhere.
Yeah. Ben, we'll have to do something.
We have to do something.
Something has to be done.
Maybe at the end of the Southern Bypass Expressway, we also put a signboard, then turn in this direction to the Standard Group.
Standard Group 200 meters. Standard Group 50 meters.
Signage,
10, 5.
Countdown.
Yes. You have arrived. Okay. Philip, good morning.
Good morning to you.
You had a long afternoon yesterday.
Yeah, it was.
Analyzing.
From 2:30 to 10.
Not a bad one, is it?
It was long.
It was long.
It was.
But also it was a good opportunity for you to actually sit back. You are invested in Nairobi City County. You've been a town clerk. You have wanted to be governor of Nairobi. You have wanted to be an MP in a Nairobi constituency. You have been chairman of NCBA. It's called
NCBDA.
NCBDA, yes.
And a founder trustee of KEPSA.
And all, you see, all those things. That means that it's a conversation that was close to your heart.
It was.
So you were watching it and you were intentional about it.
Exactly.
Higher. There were two debates. We'll be talking about both debates and how they fared, and then look overall.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have suitable candidates who are seeking to lead us in Nairobi, to govern Nairobi? Ben,
yeah,
as this debate obviously was organized by the Secretariat, which brings together the Media Council of Kenya, the Media Owners Association, the Kenya Editors Guild, and you've been working behind the scenes for over a year, preparing for this debate. Did it live up to your billing in everything that you'd been working towards?
I'll start by saying yes, it did. The objective of the debates is really for the candidates to have an opportunity to come forward and discuss their agenda. What do they intend to do for the positions they are seeking? So we asked that, and we incorporated the Nairobi gubernatorial debate specifically because of the importance of Nairobi. If you look at it as the capital city, and also that we generate a lot of our GDP from Nairobi County. So in that aspect, we were able to achieve the outcome. And first, we've got to say that it was good that a good number of the candidates turned out. I think for the first one, 2 did not turn up, but each and every one of them was invited to come for the debate. I think it is important for us to say that, one, the debates are supposed to be an opportunity for the candidates to discuss what they intend to do, but it's also a sense of accountability, so that then the people can ask you questions, because the questions are really to provide clarity on what you want to do, and specifically for the undecided voters, or even the ones who could be swayed, because really it's a discussion. You can change before you cast your vote, then can have a sense of clarity in terms of the choice they're making. So that's the whole purpose of all the debates. And so we look forward to the upcoming deputy presidential debates on the 19th and the 26th when we have the presidential debates. So we hope that this was a fast, good run, and we look forward to the other two.
We opened up the phone lines for a bit in the 7 o'clock hour, and many of the callers were saying, you should have had those people all together so we can judge them together, in the Kenyan speak, wholesale.
Yes.
Yeah. Why didn't you do that?
Okay. I think this year we have had less candidates for different positions, but the guidelines and the rules are such that for those who are below 5%, then they have a separate one earlier on in the afternoon, and then later in the evening, then you have the ones who have more than 5%. So that is the rules that were adopted in 2017. However, I'm sure Kisia, who discussed the conversation throughout, could be able to analyze whether that, and specifically that's why the panel remained the same panel throughout. So then they would be the ones to kind of bring the harmony of what were the discussions. Now, again, different candidates would want to debate with different members, but because we set those rules in 2017, those are the rules of the debate that we are still
adhering to. What's the rationale
to.
For those rules, Ben?
The rationale here is the threshold that you need to have to then debate. If you also think through it, even in the US, there are generally several candidates who participate in the presidential debate or the governor's debate, but not all of them get to the national debate session. So basically what you want is to be able to have those who have a reasonable potential of getting elected. Now, you can argue that at the point we're doing the debate, I'm 5% or less, but I could speak so well, so persuasively, and win. Well, that scientifically, that has never really happened, but it's possible. But we developed this just so that to also manage the numbers.
But perhaps there should have been other debates before this, so that you have your quarterfinals, semifinals, and this is the final, so we know. That, would it not have made more sense? Because
the quarters and semis are the polls.
Yes, but what I'm saying is when you have a situation where people are vying for a particular position, there are those who have an advantage. They already have an advantage because if you've been a politician and you have been elected to a certain post, people already know you. But it doesn't mean, when we talk about a level playing field, this newcomer also ought to be able to, and you would say, yes, that's why we had this debate with them. But it isn't a debate if people aren't talking to each other.
Precisely, because some of the feedback we've had or that has been collated so far, a good number of people believe Haman did very well.
Our caller told us the same thing.
Exactly. So you may have a point, but these are the rules that we have set. Perhaps what could be done
do your own debate.
Perhaps in future, maybe what we could do is to enhance maybe the town halls or the previous gubernatorial debates as you pick up momentum. So that there are more sessions, and then, as you say, you then have a sifting. So that then there's a sense of validity. Because again, somebody would question in terms of the polls, and you've just had a session with Maggie. Somebody could argue that because I'm not that well known, and how come my people would never have asked my own followers, none of them has ever been interviewed. Somebody could argue about the polls. But yes, I think that's valid. We could look at ways of improving.
CT, speaking on behalf of the Secretariat, thank you very much for your feedback. We'll take it into advisement.
Meaning, CT, go and conduct your own polls. And while you're at it, conduct your own debates. Yes. Okay.
Philip, the two debates. Do you feel that the Nairobi people got value in having two separate debates? Just going in the same line of question that CT is raising.
Yeah, well, Latiff, first of all, thank you for hosting me. I think, hosting a debate is expensive. Both in terms of minutes or time, in terms of money, in terms of manpower, in terms of everything. It's an expensive affair. And I can tell you for free that getting sponsors to host a debate is not very easy. It's not a very easy affair. So I think the organizers must be congratulated for putting up a very, very good show. And market segmentation is something that is there in life. I mean, you can't avoid it. So you have to be placed where you belong, right? So I think it was necessary to have the two debates. You saw the quality of debate in round one. I think it was, it was fairly low, and it did
quality
not
of
meet.
Response
It
or quality
didn't
of
meet
debate?
The debate in total. Round one. I mean, it didn't meet the expectations of most people. But I must say that the young man, I think it was Haman.
Yeah, Haman Grewal of Safina.
This young man has a future. I mean, he has time on his side. It was an opportunity for him to explain himself. And I think a good exposure. So not all was lost. Now, the other thing is that... and then if you look at the second debate, I think the second debate was, well debated. But if you ask me, I think 60% of the time was lost in personality issues. So the voters didn't really get an opportunity to interrogate the fellows' manifestos, programs, vision. That was given very little time. So maybe in future, the moderators need to concentrate more on
the issues.
On the issues rather than personality.
Do you think, Philip, that maybe that drama is also what elevated what you call quality of debates? It provided entertainment and kept you glued and watching and waiting. So, okay, Sawa, you've thrown that punch and it's landed below the belt. Now can you throw one onto the face?
Well, I mean, entertainment is allowed. But when you turn the whole debate into, comedy, then you don't, I don't think that was the objective, having a comedy show. This was, a debate of serious minds. And we had expected that the time that had been allocated, which was 90 minutes, was properly utilized. So I'm not saying that we should not have entertainment, because entertainment kept people glued on their screens, but less of entertainment would have been useful. and more of serious content should have been, given more time. So maybe 30% of entertainment and 70% of serious matters.
But, the discussions had guidance. So are we saying those whom we had given the task of guiding these conversations did not do a good job? Or are we saying that the candidates themselves preferred to have this banter between themselves as opposed to actually addressing issues which they will all claim they have in their manifestos?
If you ask me, I think at a certain point, I think the moderators allowed the debate to go off track. They shouldn't have allowed. But I think that lady, I can't remember her name, I think she was pretty firm. Sometimes maybe you'd have thought...
Or the first?
The second debate.
Zubeida.
Yeah. You could maybe say that she was unfair at a certain points, but I think it was necessary to keep the debate on track. So, every day is a learning experience. I'm sure that you've used some of the challenges that you faced this time round to make the future debates even better. So it's a learning process. Anytime we keep on learning, I think the debates that we had this year or so far are better organized, planned than we had the previous time.
You spoke about the quality of debate in the first round, and you say you found it wanting. If looking at the candidates, Kenneth Nyamwamu, Esther Waringa, Nancy Mwadime, and Herman Grewal, they are diverse candidates from various backgrounds, and they have different personalities and characteristics. None of them is a seasoned politician. Would that mean something? Each of them is actually getting into politics for the first time, seeking to lead Nairobi. Doesn't passion count?
You see, Latiff, Nairobi is like a huge multinational corporation. Okay? Whereas political experience would be necessary and useful. But I think managerial skills are more important. In fact, if you ask me, I think probably any person who aspires to be the CEO of Nairobi should have about 70% managerial and leadership skills. Political experience counts because then you are dealing with MCS who probably sometimes may not be at your level. You are dealing with different political interests. So sometimes there's a need to balance. So those people who were being referred to as fringe candidates should have used the 70% mark out of 100% to explain themselves. So 30% is actually the practical, the nuts and bolts that are required to do the job once you're inside the office. But before you get into the office, you must demonstrate that you have some skills and competencies that can enable you do the job. That I did not see coming out, right? Apart from, I think, can't remember his name.
Kenneth.
Kenneth, and the young man. I think they made an attempt to prepare for the debate. They made an attempt. But for the rest, I think it's more of comedy.
You felt
than
they were
anything else.
unprepared?
Totally.
City, did you feel that the ladies were unprepared?
Let's look at it this way. They had a team. If they didn't, then Bonakisia's point is valid, because you cannot aspire for a seat such as the one of the governor of Nairobi and not have a team to work with you. So I'm going to take the view that they had a team. The team is to blame. They were inadequate to the task, because I would have assumed that they would gather the information that they feel would put their candidate in good stead, so that when they speak, people feel this person knows. Because it boils down to preparedness. If you look at the debate between what we call the
Tier 1.
Yes, exactly, because these people knew what they were talking about. You don't doubt that they know what they're talking about. They may deliver it differently, but they both know what they're talking about. And there's a great divide between them and the others. That one, there is no question. It is clear. So the other countries that we speak of, when Kisia says they're well prepared, that's putting it very mildly.
Ben, you were there as the candidates were arriving. All these candidates were arriving with, teams. There's a communications advisor, there's a brand advisor, image advisor, political advisor, and all those, right?
Some of them had teams as they arrived. I think the critical thing that we need to ask is how prepared, because they are given sufficient notice. It's like a job interview. You're trying to impress a panel of people to select you. So there's got to be what you'd call adequate preparation for the job, or basic understanding about what are the issues that are critical to the Nairobians. And then having clear approaches or solutions that then would endear you to the people. Because basically what we are hoping that the voters would do is to select that one candidate has practical solutions, understands, and would then provide that or execute it in a better manner. Because that's really it. So perhaps because the Tier 1 candidates said that their manifestos would be issued later this week, maybe that could have been an issue. But the other Tier 2 participants should have prepared much better. And that's what one would expect for anybody who is coming for a debate of this level. What are the critical issues that Nairobians are facing, and what are my proposed solutions? So that then you are very clear, you are articulate, and then the voters can say, you are the right choice.
I mean, both of you gentlemen have sat in interview panels. There are people who interview poorly, but they are good performers. Is that not a possibility as well?
When you have placed a product in the market for sale, there is one thing that you cannot ignore. There's one component. And marketers will tell you that everything's about marketing. So if you cannot sell your product or the qualities of your product, then of course nobody will buy your product. So that component of having the ability to sell and market your product is important. So, if you cannot explain yourself in an interview, how are you going to explain yourself to the customer? That will worry any potential employer. Yeah, you must first of all be able to convince the person giving the job that you can do the job, that you are the person who is capable of representing the employer to the potential customer. So, as my colleagues have said, I think tier 2, the candidates in tier 2 still have a long way to go. They need to know that when you're going for any form of interview, that preparation is necessary. Not just necessary, adequate preparation is necessary. You need to do a lot of research. You need to do a lot of prepping. You don't just walk into an interview room as if you're going to have a cup of coffee. Yeah, it's not a coffee date. This is a serious matter. You are talking about, you're asking people to make you the CEO of a huge multinational corporation that accounts for over 30% of GDP. Surely, if you can't explain yourself, how do you expect to be given the job? So the first point of Nini is actually you as the candidate being able to sell yourself. There is no other route. Which other route do you use?
There's none.
Sitting there like a zombie and expecting people to know what you're able to deliver? Surely.
People should be able to pick the sincerity in you just by looking at you.
Okay, that again, I can tell you, Latiff. People can tell who is being sincere. People are not stupid. They can see through your eyes. When you are lying, they can see this is a liar. When you have integrity issues, people can tell that this man has integrity issues. If you stole your neighbor's chicken the other day and you're here asking for a job to take care of chicken, they will be very careful. They will say, but is the same guy who stole chicken, Latiff's chicken yesterday? How can we give him the job of taking care of 100 chicken? Yeah. So, really, marketing one's person is important. You must have that competence. And these skills are acquired over a period of time. And that's why I said that the young man can be mentored. Let us not dismiss him. At the age of 25, I think he put up an excellent show. He has a bright future. And I don't mind to be one. I am now an old man.
Yeah.
I'm almost heading towards the other side of the world. Yeah. But I think I still have energy to pass some of the skills and experiences that I've acquired over a period of time. But for the rest who are much older than him, I think most of the other candidates in Tier 2, I think all of them were, I think, over 50. Over 50. So if you've had the luxury of living for 50 years and you cannot still explain yourself, surely. Oh my God, something needs to be done.
Let's take a break. It's 27 minutes to 10. Philip Kisia is a former Nairobi town clerk. He is also a man who was one of the panelists yesterday at the gubernatorial debate at the Catholic University. And we're talking about yesterday's debate, the performance of the candidates. We'll come back and look at Tier 1 and now focus on Tier 1. Did we pick out the issues? Who came out with the issues? Philip, are you using an Android phone or an iOS?
It's a Samsung.
Okay, it's an Android phone. Now, you know, there's an app called Pocket by Mozilla. Pocket, instead of every time you go online and then you open a tab, a new link, it opens a new tab, and you end up having like 17 different tabs on your phone, you can actually use Pocket. It consolidates all those into one app, so you can save whatever you want to consume later, whether it's a podcast, whether it's, for example, yesterday's debate, this morning's interview, or any other content that you're consuming online. You save it all there, and then you'll just be able to access it. You can even access it offline. So say you are somewhere where you don't have access to the internet, you're flying somewhere, you can just read and listen and watch what you want to watch. Pocket by Mozilla. It's called selling.
Thank you.
Yeah. I'll show you how to download it.
We learn.
Yes.
But at this age, I use my phone for the applications I use are not very many. You can imagine. I know receiving messages, calling.
That's it.
And WhatsApp, email.
Why are you limiting yourself?
What else can I use?
Philip also reads a lot of stuff. Old habits die hard. Let's take this break.
I'm still one of the guys who have my notebook on the side.
You keep walking around with a notebook and pen. We'll upgrade you.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
If I'm found guilty, there is no problem. I'm willing to serve. I have no problem. Jails are meant for human beings.
They say a society gets the leadership it deserves. If you have a corrupt, crooked, and rotten society like we have in Kenya, then of course they will get that kind of a leadership.
I think the president should dissolve parliament. That's the best solution at this moment in time. Dissolve parliament.
All of you go home.
Yes, we all go home.
How are we encouraging other people who might have new and creative ideas? Young people who are making money without any government help. They are just buying their own bundles. They are going on TikTok and making money. KRA is coming after them.
I've been in parliament for 15 years. We have been unable to pass the gender law. And yet no presidential candidate is talking about it now. Because we are fake. The truth is, all the men refused to vote for that law.
What did Sonko do to Pumwani Maternity Hospital?
Yeah, he
with
cleaned
his
it up.
own money.
Cleaned it with his own money. That was him as an individual.
Yeah. And I did not say he was cleaning his own money. I was saying he cleaned it.
Foot, mouth. Foot, mouth. Eric.
Okay.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Okay, so how's the weather going to look like? It's not looking good in Nairobi today. It's still another cold day. Light rains expected, lows of 13. Mombasa, light rains at 22. Malindi, rain showers at 23. Nyeri, rain showers at 12. Nakuru, sunny day at 13. Partly sunny in Kisumu at 18. Kampala, sunny day at 18. Dar es Salaam, sunny at 21. Johannesburg, sunny at 18. Kinshasa, sunny at 19, Lagos, rain showers at 24. China, Beijing, light rains going into the evening and temperatures are going to drop to 21. London, light rains at 20. Paris, partly sunny at 17. and New York. Clear skies at 22.
Spice up your life.
A bad day on Thika Road this morning. It's quite bad. Thika Road and Kiambu Road, it's just horrible. If you don't need to come into the CBD and you are on Thika Road, just get onto Outer Ring and probably you can try and use any other route. However, don't try and use Jogoo Road. Probably that's the reason why there's also a gridlock on Jogoo Road, people coming into town, because people are running away from the jam on Thika Road. So Jogoo Road is also very busy, into Landis Road, into Haile Selassie at Wakulima Market, also very, very busy. Mombasa Road is also looking not so good right now, around the Standard Group Center and getting into the Southern Bypass, and then beyond the Southern Bypass into South Sea, Akiba Estate, not so good. Langata Road has also been looking very bad this morning into the Timor roundabout. Aerodrome Road, not moving. If there's anything major we need to talk about, because those don't sound like they're major anymore, we've been talking about them since 6 a.m., let's know. SpiceFM KE on Twitter.
Spice up your life. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
Minutes to 10, we continue the conversation. Eric Latiff, CT Muga, our guests this morning. Ben Omolo, who's the Chief Officer for Operations and Strategy at Standard Group, and Philip Kisia, former town clerk. We are talking about yesterday's debate. Ben, why was Sakaja late? Did he explain himself?
Well, he came late and he apologized, but he didn't explain the reason. All we can assume was Polycarp's response that they will deal with the traffic jam.
What did you make of that? Of his appearance coming in late and the jibes that he immediately got in and threw at Polycarp? You know, my competitor is used to a head start. I was giving him a head start.
Eric, I think that was most unfortunate. That debate was not about Polycarp Igathe. That debate was about Nairobi City County, which accounts for 30% of GDP. So by him walking late into a debate, I mean, shows, told us a lot of things. That one, that my friend Johnson, Arthur, Sakaja has no humility. That he does not believe in time as a resource. And when I was in school many years ago, I was told that time is the most important resource that a human being has to deploy for anything. So if he can mismanage time, not only his time, if he can mismanage, and if he has no respect for time for millions of Kenyans, let him be told how many people were watching that show on that day. I'm told it's about 11 million. So 11 million times the minutes that he came in late is what is going to cost him. So, and that also showed something else. That this young man who has a future is a bit arrogant. You don't walk in, when you're aspiring to be a leader, not a leader, but when you're aspiring to get into position of leadership, you must be humble.
And show humility.
Okay? So that came out extremely bad. He needed to apologize. He was actually sarcastic. Yeah? And, I don't want to be very kind to him. I think that was a bit childish. Those are tactics and styles that the old politicians would use. You're coming in late so that people can notice your presence. I think that is a bit stupid and childish. And whoever was advising to that should know that he or she failed flat on their feet. That is not what you do. That is not what people expect you to do. I think we live in a modern age where respect for others is of paramount importance. And surely I think he totally missed that one. And in fact, if I was, I just failed to rate them. I failed to rate them. I forgot to rate them. Okay, because of that cardinal mistake that he made. Coming, I respect time, and I'm sorry that I came in a bit late. I can tell you that Johnson, Arthur, Sakaja, on a scale of 10, I removed 2. So while I gave Igathe 6.5, 6.5 out on a scale of 10, I gave this young man 5 for coming in late. Because you don't display that level of arrogance.
Do you think Igathe took advantage of the 20 or so minutes that he was there alone on the panel?
Well, he made an attempt, but I think he probably assumed that Sakaja would not walk in. I think that's my assumption. He had a leisure.
So he didn't maximize.
He had a leisure of 20 minutes. I think he should have really maximized that absence, the 20-minute absence, taken full advantage, taken control of the debate. He missed out on that opportunity.
I think it's important to mention that all candidates are well appraised of the time in terms of expectations, the protocols that will be observed so that they also can come in early. There's a holding area for them so they can then prep or whatever is necessary for them. And so time is clearly communicated to the candidates. And so we look forward to the subsequent debates that those who are coming will be there on time.
Was Igathe there before time?
Yes, he was.
Okay. Do you think he took advantage of that moment when he was alone, enjoying the limelight by himself, answering the questions that he's being asked?
I think he could have optimized it, but again, because the conversations were really still being moderated by the moderators, he could have just managed it within the parameters or the boundaries that they allowed. However, I think because they all have the 2 minutes introductory, and since he didn't have the opposing candidate or the competing candidate with him, then that introduction, in my view, when you're alone, would have been more powerful, gives you an opportunity to then put forward a case. You could actually optimize your 2 minutes into a kind of a summary of your CV. And maybe this is what we need to, as a lesson to the upcoming debaters, is greater preparation. I think the other thing that was missing was just a distinctive, especially for the tattoos. How do you distinguish your arguments? How do you stand out? That was not coming out very clearly. But the other one also is just ability to articulate your points much better. So even if there are communication teams, I would push it back. I think most of the communication teams need to do better to help their candidates in terms of messaging, so that the messaging is very, very clear. Maybe that's what Philip is mentioning, that Polycarp would have taken advantage with better messaging in the opening 20 minutes.
But don't you think, if we had this discussion with Eric earlier on in the day, back in the morning, and he told me, even as you keep talking about the teams, the candidate is the one who chooses the team. So at some level, if there's a failure, the failure is with the candidate. But then, if we then talk about failure and spread it out democratically, then we're saying that these candidates, tier 1 or 2, they and their teams didn't fully grasp the import of what they were getting into, and so did not prepare adequately. Because what stood out was that inadequacy of preparation, of using those 90 minutes to actually get people to understand not just what you're about, but what you actually can do and will do.
Precisely. And if you observed the first session, there were several points where the candidates were going way beyond the time allocated.
Yeah.
Now, I think one is a lesson on how to manage and to speak eloquently and be able to bring out your fact within that time period. I think more and more, and it's part of our democratization, we are improving every election cycle. one of the things that I think our candidates need to spend time on is just observing and rehearsing from the videos of some of the eloquent debaters. Right now, it's not like in our days when we just had newspapers. Today, you go to YouTube, you can get videos of Obama, you can get videos of candidates who are extremely persuasive in terms of their speaking abilities, in terms of their messaging. So the learning of how to manage your 60 seconds, what you'd call your highlight or your punch or your thrust of the messaging can be done pretty well. So we hope that as we go forward, this will be something that will be improved as part of our political process. So how do we deepen democratization? But the candidates themselves also is to enhance their ability to position their arguments and their manifestos.
Did any of the candidates actually impress you, Philip, in terms of this is their proposed priority area if they're elected as governor of Nairobi? Did anyone show you that they have a priority or a focus area?
You see, number one, when you are aspiring to provide leadership, you must understand what the people expect you to do. That should be your first call. You must have a very clear understanding. What are Nairobians expecting of me? So you, as a person who's aspiring to get into that office, you must then develop strategies that will meet the people's expectations. I can tell you from where I was sitting, I think both candidates appear to have a knowledge of what needs to be done, but they are not. They don't have an in-depth. Okay, what are the priority areas that Nairobians are looking for? And a priority in Westlands may not be necessarily a priority in Embakasi area. So you need really to go deep. You need to research. You need to work with people who have been there before, officers who are at the city hall to tell you, and even residential associations. So what I'm saying is that you need to bring on board all the key stakeholders, have town hall meetings, listen to them, and then provide solutions. Because as a person who is going to be given that job, number one, I've had people talk about my vision for Nairobi. Your vision is yours, my friend. That is your vision. It cannot be our vision. A vision of a people is normally a shared vision. That you've sat down with the people of Nairobi, or the people that you want to provide leadership to or for. You've listened to them and you've crafted something and you've agreed that this is our vision. So as the driver sitting on that particular seat at that point in time, you are telling them that this is how I intend to go about delivering your vision. So when I listen to Polycarp, Polycarp seems to be very clear. He seems to have a very clear matrix of implementation. That this is how I can implement, this is how I can get the job done. Yeah. On the other side, Sakaja seems to have more information, but he has no clue of how that can be implemented. Because when you talk about debt retirement, that didn't come out clearly. Nairobi has a debt portfolio of about, I think, almost 80 billion shillings. How are you going to retire 80 billion within 5 years? And your cash streams are X amount of money. So I think more time, they needed to spend more time understanding the issues, and even more time crafting strategies to deal with the issues that Nairobi expect them to tackle.
You say that Igathe appears to have a formula of how he'd implement. Give me an example. What did he say that showed you that he knows what the problem is and this is how he'd like to go about the problem?
Let me just pick an example. He talked when he was talking about the issue of infrastructure. Okay, I think he had mentioned about how he was going to raise funding, to fund those infrastructure projects. Okay, he seemed to be clear on the sources of funding, and he also said that being a capital city, that you cannot be a lone ranger, that you need to work with other government agencies. You need to probably align your strategy to the national strategy, so that you are accommodated. Because if you try and work alone, if you try and work in isolation to the national government, you can be ignored. And the resources that in the financial resources that that will be available for you in 5 years may not be sufficient for you to deal with what you intend to deal in a period of 5 years. So I think Igathe was very clear, and probably because of his background in the private sector, he has a lot of experience in private sector and some experience in banking. On the other side, of course, Sakaja is still a young man. He has a bit of experience, political experience, but he totally lacks managerial experience. If you look at his CV, there's nothing that will show you that, this is where he has been, this is what he has done, and this is what he's able to do.
But he's been able to articulate. He understands the issues. He's served in the National Assembly.
Eric, understanding the issues, you can sit down and be prepped.
And his deputy is a manager.
You can sit down and be prepped on what needs to be done. You can sit down and be prepped. But sitting, occupying space, and doing the job. Experience is not something that you can buy in a shop.
You don't read.
You cannot read experience. You can't go in a shop. You can't even go to Harvard School of Management, Kennedy School of Leadership, or any school of management, and tell them that, what, I want to buy 10 years experience. Experience is something that is acquired over a period of time. You must do it. Sometimes you succeed, sometimes you fail, but in failing you learn, you earn experience. So you can't experience not something that you can wish away. You can't buy it. You can't read a textbook and say I have experience.
Nairobi has tried a manager. Nairobi has tried a politician. Is there anything wrong with Nairobi trying a politician manager?
Well, no. As I said earlier on, Eric, Nairobi, because of its complex nature, you need more of a manager, because you are dealing about managing resources, manpower, money, minutes, marketing, management information systems, and so on and so forth. So you need a manager to manage those resources. So 70% of that person should be a manager. But don't forget, you are dealing with politics,
and people.
You are dealing with people. You are dealing with people of different interests. You are dealing with political parties. You are dealing with the MCAs. So if you just come as a total manager, 100% manager, I can tell you not last even for 12 months. You'll be out in the streets. Watakufungia mlango na mshumari.
You need to manage the politics.
Yes.
of what's happening in the city. Ben, in terms of looking at what Nairobi needs and listening to the 6 candidates who came out yesterday, do you feel the Nairobians now are at a better place to make a decision?
I think based on
the performance of the candidates.
Yes, based on the limited exposure and the debate, and they just need to go back and reconcile, they could be able to make what you'd call the best informed choice among the candidates. However, again, I'll still come back to the fact that the Presidential Debate Secretariat, what we're looking at is to enhance, build our political systems. My view is that it was a good and an improved engagement with the citizenry. But again, as I have mentioned, I think those who are coming seeking these positions should familiarize themselves with documents that are in the public domain, and then show that you have understood them and how that will work for you, or how it would be modified for the benefit of the Nairobians, especially, and maybe just to support what Philip says. Earlier last week, the president launched the Nairobi Financial Hub or the Nairobi Financial Center. So you'd expect that somebody picks that up just to kind of pick and put that as part of their conversation. Even if you just give it one of your 2-minute slots, you would basically sneak it in there because you basically want to show that you're in touch with what's going on, what Kenya is looking out for from a bigger perspective, so that then there is a sense in which not only do you understand the issues at the grassroots, but you also have got that understanding of where the country desires to go, where the capital city intends to go. I think I didn't hear any one of them, I cannot recall any one of them talking about the greater metro plan of Nairobi. Now, when you look at Nairobi, in light of your engagement with Kiambu or Machakos, because that's what the bigger Nairobi is, or Kajiado. That didn't come out. Yet the person who intends to be the governor of Nairobi must not only see Nairobi, but must understand the percentage of Nairobians who live in those emerging towns and centers, and how then to connect them in. That I didn't hear. And so what you'd expect more and more is clarity of the vision that people want. And perhaps this is where we need to ask the question where the benchmarking trips all end up. Because that aspect of saying we are benchmarking against this place and stuff like that, all these intercities relationships, there should be more and more of it. I mean, we just hosted Afro Cities in Kisumu about a month ago. One would expect at least a mention of that in their philosophy, that this is what they gathered and this is what they intend to do from the Afro Cities. So these are the kind of things which I think we have now. But more and more is to say that the debate is about accountability to the people. And so I hope that with the same passion we are holding the debates, we as media would also ensure that it's the State of the County address is not just another theory, but people can answer, this is what I promised, this is where I've reached, this is what I'm doing, so that then there's a sense of accountability. That's the role the media should bring, accountability to the people.
Spice up your life.
Thank you very much, Ben. Ben Omolo is the Chief Officer in charge of Operations and Strategy at Standard Group. Philip Kisia is a former... What are you now? I mean, you are former town clerk, you are former CEO of KICC, you are former NCBA, you are founding trustee of KEPSA. What are you now?
You see, first of all, I'm not former. I'm the last town clerk and chief executive officer, City of Nairobi. Please get our facts right. That is a historical fact. That's a historical fact. It may be painful for you, Eric, but that is it. That is it.
So you are former last?
I am not former. I am the last.
Because after him, there was no other town clerk.
No. The last town clerk and the first and last chief executive officer, City of Nairobi. But right now, there are many things that you can do because people think that, in fact, I get worried, Eric. There are people who have served for 10 years in public space. They have been either governor, they have been minister in Uhuru's government, but they are working and struggling so hard to be in Raila's government. I can see them struggling. You need a break. There is something you can do out of public service. In fact, just taking care of your family, spending time with your family, quality time. Because I can tell you, Eric, when you're in public space, something that is ignored, something that any parent should not ignore, your children, your family. You discover that after all these things that you do, either in private sector or public sector, you need family. So let them take a break from public service. Let other people serve. But I am a farmer.
Okay.
I farm coffee. I consult in many areas. In fact, after this, I'll be talking to my brother. I'm a trained strategist and a fellow of management. So I'm sure I can add some value to the Standard Media Group.
Okay, great.
Thank you, Philip. Thank you very much for tuning in to Kenya's biggest conversation. We'll be back tomorrow morning, the 13th, from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Have a lovely day.